The Inexplicable Disappearances in Gnome. Gnome, a city located in the northwest regions of Alaska, was established in the early years of the 20th century. After claims about significant gold deposits lying hidden in the nearby grounds commenced, countless adventurers and prospectors swarmed to the remote region in hopes of finding fortune, and as they did, businesses and associated services were established in the city. As the gold rush slowly faded over time, the investments in the city dwindled along with it. However, thanks to its remote location, it remained an important trade hub. Background. Rumors about inexplicable disappearances have always existed in and around Gnome, mostly revolving around the native population. However, it was eventually discovered that most of them were not rumors. As the 20th century was coming to a close, more than 30 townsmen had vanished under mysterious circumstances. While 30 cases over 50 years may not sound particularly concerning, the fact that the city's population was less than 4,000 magnifies this number. The families of those who had gone missing had persistently campaigned for external assistance with the investigation, stating that the local police did not put in much effort to solve the inexplicable disappearances. In the summer of 2005, the community finally succeeded in their endeavor when the mother of Eric Apatiki petitioned the state attorney in correlation with Eric's disappearance. Eric, a 21-year-old who had his roots in a settlement on nearby St. Lawrence Island, had been visiting his pregnant girlfriend at Gnome at the time. His family had allegedly warned him not to travel to the city due to the mysterious disappearances of members of its community. But he was resolute that he would not be harmed. When Eric's girlfriend informed the family that he had not arrived, a broad search was initiated for the missing man. But no clues about his whereabouts were uncovered. Upon reviewing the case of those of the other missing persons associated with the city, the authorities handed over ownership to the FBI, following which they conducted a full review. In line with their report, they found no evidence that suggested foul play. Instead, it cited harsh weather conditions and flat open topography that surrounded the city. Furthermore, alcohol was allegedly a factor in many identified cases. It was discovered that most of the victims were male who had been excessively drinking during the time of their disappearance. However, there is no explanation as to how the remains of the missing have never been found. The disappearance of Joseph Balderos. Early in the morning, the 27th of June, 2016, Timothy Smith, an Alaska state trooper posted in the city of Gnome, had been in the process of making his first cup of coffee for the day when his mobile phone began vibrating. Stopping what he was doing to pick up the call, he found himself speaking with Tracy Buey, a clerk from the nearby city courthouse. After apologizing for calling so early, Tracy went on to ask Smith if he was aware of any missing persons reported that had been filed over the weekend. After checking the logs in his computer terminal, he informed her that there weren't any, which led to an awkward moment of silence. Tracy had gone on to confess that her colleague, Joseph Balderos, had not turned up for work that morning. The last she had heard, he had been going out hunting for the weekend and was now failing to answer his phone. After promising to look into the matter, Timmy went on to ask his colleagues if anyone had seen the missing man during their rounds over the weekend. Joseph was a popular and easygoing guy who was well known around town. Thus, it was not surprising when two local officers recalled seeing his truck parked near mile 44 on the Gnome Council Highway. After clearing things with his superiors and giving Tracy a quick update, Timothy grabbed the keys to his cruiser and made his way out of town towards the reported location. Soon afterwards, as the marker post for mile 44 came into view, he discovered a dark blue Dodge Dakota parked on a nearby verge. Having checked the parked vehicle was secure and unattended, the state trooper had proceeded to call out for the missing man several times with his loud holler. However, all he received was an eerie silence that only seemed to grow with each passing moment. Upon checking the Dakota once more, neither did he see any damage nor any tracks leading away into the bushes beside it. Upon the insistence of Timothy, additional units with thermal cameras and search dogs in their possession quickly arrived at the scene in question. However, when the hounds had been walked up to the vehicle to catch the scene of Joseph, they had proceeded to track only a little further down the road before abruptly stopping in their tracks. Despite several more attempts and the persistent urging of their handlers, the tracker dogs remained sitting stubbornly on the spot where they had halted. It seemingly appeared as if the missing man had magically disappeared from the very same spot. It had been well over 6 years since Joseph Balderos set out alone to hunt in the countryside around Gnome, only to never return. The search for him would last 5 months, costing tens of thousands of dollars and involving workers from up-team law enforcement agencies and emergency services. But the search efforts proved to be less than fruitful, as no clue pointing to the fate of the missing clerk was ever discovered. 12 months later, he was declared legally dead by a local court. Joseph Balderos remains one of the most mystifying and frustrating cases in the history of Gnome. The 36-year-old was fit and healthy. He was respected within the local community and was part of a commendable circle of friends. He had no known medical issues, physical, mental, or psychological, at the time of his inexplicable disappearance, and was planning to marry his fiancée and move to Juneau to settle down. Investigators have never been able to come up with a viable theory as to why Joseph would be disappeared on his own accord. Also, they've not been able to come up with the plausible speculation as to how he might have vanished in a state of affairs that was beyond his control. There was no evidence that suggested that he had ever left the immediate vicinity of his parked vehicle. The lack of blood or torn clothing ruled out the possibility of an animal attack, and there is nothing to suggest the involvement of possible perpetrators. The disappearance of Florence Ocpiluk. The disappearance in Gnome have continued over the years, with the most recent having occurred during the summer of 2020, when Florence Ocpiluk, a 33-year-old hotel receptionist, had been camping on the West Beach in Gnome. On the evening of the 31st of August, 2020, at around 6:30 p.m., Florence's sister reached out to the police after not hearing from her sister for a whole day. According to her sister, it was very uncharacteristic of Florence. Later, Florence's tent was found unattended and her jacket and shoes neatly folded inside. Immediately, an extensive search involving search dogs and remote underwater vehicles was undertaken. Parallelly, the local police conducted over 100 interviews with Florence's friends and family and those living near the location of her disappearance. It was discovered that Florence was last seen leaving her tent at around 4 p.m. on August 31st. Along with her mobile phone data, hundreds of hours of CCTV footage from nearby cameras, they were downloaded and analyzed by the FBI. The footage revealed that no one had either entered nor exited the city limits during the time Florence had last been sighted. To add on, the only vehicle that had seen in the footage was quickly eliminated from suspicion after police inquiry. The area around Florence's tent was open and flat, and it showed no signs of her having passed through it. the fact that her remains had not been washed back ashore ruled out the possibility of her having been drowned. Florence Opiluk's case remains open, and the authorities are desperate for information that could help solve it. The disappearance of the Palmer brothers. Many believe that the large number of UFO sightings in and around the region of Alaska could be tied to the inexplicable disappearances. They cite the disappearance of two brothers from Wasilla as proof of the same. On the 14th of June, 1999, a 15-year-old boy named Michael Palmer was cycling home from a party with two other boys in Meadow Lake before falling behind. Having halted in order to wait for Palmer, the boy continued on, assuming that Michael must have cycled to his home after he didn't turn back after a long time. After Michael did not return home until the next afternoon, his mother reached out to his friends to check if they were with him, but they told her otherwise. Michael Palmer was soon reported missing by his mother, following which a daylight search discovered Palmer's discarded cycle lying near the Little Sistina River. Bizarrely, his sneakers were discovered lying open in the close vicinity of a nearby airstrip. Michael Palmer, however, was never seen again, neither alive nor dead. On a fateful day in April of 2010, 11 years after the disappearance of his brother, 30-year-old Chuck Palmer was part of a group riding their snowmobiles towards a cabin near the town of Talkeetna. Similar to his younger brother, Chuck had fallen behind and thus become separated from the rest of the group. Eventually, the group turned back to search for him, but they were anything but successful. The authorities were soon alerted and an aerial search was carried out. Chuck's unattended snowmobile was found in an open patch of snow, and there was no trace of the missing rider. Furthermore, there was nothing to suggest why the vehicle had come to rest where it was, or to indicate that Chuck had walked away from it. It seemingly appeared as if he had been lifted off the snowmobile, following which it had come to rest on its own accord. Similar to his brother, Chuck Palmer was never seen again. Conclusion. The inexplicable disappearances in Gnome and its neighboring regions have been painful for the families of those involved, despite the fact that the topography of the region makes it easy to locate evidence suggesting foul play. No such evidence has been found over the years. And add on the apparent absence of natural causes makes the disappearances more tragic and perplexing. The disappearances have not stopped, even after the improvement in modern technology, and the reason behind them has never been determined. As of now, all one could hope is that the mystery behind the disappearances that occurred for those decades together in the region could be solved one day. Imaginary friend. My grandparents lived on a little hill next to a big forest. It was like a mini village up there with only a few houses. We had a very big garden in which I would play all the time. Someday, a little boy showed up outside our garden fence, and I was so excited to see him because I was only a 6 or 7-year-old kid, and he looked like my age, so I went up to him and greeted him. He was very polite and we agreed on playing together. After this day, we had almost played every time when I was at my grandparents' house, either in our garden or in front of the forest. He never wanted to go inside our house, which I was a little bummed about. I wanted to show him all my toys we had been talking about, but oh well. We always had so much fun together outdoors, so I stopped asking him to come inside. After a few months, my grandmother was invited to a neighbor's house for coffee and cake. I was in as soon as I heard the word cake. So we went over, and as I walked into the house, I saw a picture of my now friend that I'd been playing with for months. So I said out loud, "Hey, that's the boy I've been playing with." Our neighbor looked at me dumbfounded and said, "Darling, that's not possible. That is my son that passed away 20 years ago. We never really talked about him again, and I can't quite remember when, but like he showed up someday, he vanished. We also had to move away from that house, so that might have been the time he didn't show up anymore." I saw a black scribble appear beside me at 3 a.m. in my dorm as I was working on my project. My friend was sleeping in her bed and the lights were on. I was working on my laptop at 3 a.m. We had a huge project coming up, and I wanted to get ahead because I wanted to do a decent job since the marks add up to my finals. My friend was sleeping right beside me, and my room was fully lit. I usually stay awake until 6 a.m. Sometimes it's a common thing I do, and my body's definitely used to it. And this time, I was pretty energetic and also had a midnight snack. I was not sleepy or tired at all. After a while, I saw a scribble developing on the side of my right eye. In the span of 10 seconds, it grew to the size of my head. I blinked over 40 times, and it did not go away. I didn't turn my head to look directly because I was surprised and slightly scared. I thought my eyes were making this up, but it looked and felt too real for that. After a few more seconds, I called out to my sleeping friend without making a single movement, and it slowly started dissolving into invisibility. After many calls, my friend woke up and she asked what happened, but I told her it's nothing. I lied to her, saying she was sleeping in a weird and harmful position because I didn't want her to be mad at me for waking her up for no reason. Then, next day I told her the whole thing, and even she believed me, as I'm not a person who sees these sort of things, or have ever experienced such a thing. And she knows I don't make up shit like this. I am usually the more objective, rational person in my friend group. This was quite shocking and definitely a core memory for me now. Please, if you know anything or have experienced this, do tell me about it. I would love to know what this means. Paranormal nightmare turned reality. I'd had this dream, nightmare. I'll let you decide, really, as later on it becomes more of a nuisance than anything. That occurred every single night for over 10 years. I would be running down a hallway that has no doors, no windows, no lights that are visible. But I could see perfectly fine. I knew there was something chasing me, but the hallway never ended. I was just running and running and running. Never got tired, but never stopped running. A couple of months back, the dream ended, what I mean is the walls of the hallway completely fell down. The path I was running on ended up being like a moving track, so I was always in place, feeling like I was running. I fell to the ground and was able to flip over and finally see what had been chasing me all of this time. The figure was completely pitch black, but had a shine to it. Its body was very thin, like a 2x4 piece of wood, but round and at least 7 feet tall. Its head was like a siren head, but up and down, not side to side. It had 9 arms with claws, about 7 inches long or so. Its legs and arms were much inferior than its torso. As I was crawling backwards away from it, it reached out and tried to grab me. I woke up the second its claw touched my foot, and I woke up with a medium-depth cut on my foot right next to where it tried to get me. Before sleeping, I hadn't had this cut and have no memory of dropping anything that would have cut my foot at all. To wrap things up, I work graveyard shifts at a hotel. 10 p.m. to 8 a.m. I was talking to a nice couple who had come in to explore the property, and they hadn't wanted to go back to their room yet. We happened to be on the topic of the paranormal and our hotel. It was about 2:30 in the morning, and I look up behind them and I see the exact same thing from my dream. Walking in an area on the hotel property. Out loud I say, "What in the hell? There's no way." The guests turn their heads, and right as it's fading away, they see it as well. Not as clearly as I did, but they saw it. Neither of us could explain it, and we basically just ended the conversation at that. They went back to their room, and I went back to work furiously checking the cameras to find any more things like that, which I'd just seen, but there was no more activity that night. Do I have an attachment, or am I just sensitive? I, a 27 female, have been talking to my coworkers about my experiences with ghosts. I have had many, but I've never really been free of seeming to share my residence with ghosts. Aside from being in my Catholic father's home, where there were crosses everywhere, it's the only place I haven't gotten chilled up and felt and watched at the bare minimum. In July, I moved into an apartment in an old building. I noticed the watchful feeling and getting chilled up, but there were different feelings to the presence that revealed themselves while trying to communicate. I use an app that shows Milgal levels and has a word bank, and I've gotten mostly intelligent responses, but like 6 names to go with different presences. The super intense one, who has spiked the Milgals, has been a very heavy feeling identified themselves as Maverick. And I've heard a man's voice that Maverick has taken credit, saying "hey" while I'm in the shower. In the bathroom, he seems to favor. At that door, which doesn't latch, he slammed and gotten stuck a lot. I can go into more detail with my apartment stuff and outside of the home stuff, but the thing that makes me think I have an attachment was that yesterday we were talking about sleep paralysis, and my coworker had a really strange reaction to me describing my repetitive experience. When we lived in my first place in this city, I had this reoccurring sleep paralysis. I was 6 or 7 years old. I'd wake up and be unable to move. After I started essentially having an anxiety attack, this glowing lady would walk up the stairs that my open bedroom door faced. Her eyes locked with mine as she came up the stairs. She glowed, but wasn't transparent. She'd walk across the small landing and hallway and disturb my bead curtain. She came straight to my bed and leaned over, reaching down like she was going to pull me out forcefully. I was trying to scream the entire time. As she was reaching down, I'd finally be able to, and then whatever adult was there would run and comfort me. Even though my room was fully lit by a nightlight with one of those colorful spinning caps on it. And I remember both my mom and a frequent babysitter always saying it happened between 2 and 4:30 a.m. Here's a little backstory before I get into it. I'm 19 years old. My grandparents on my mother's side passed away a few years before I was born. My grandmother passed away in the dining room, which back then was her bedroom since she was severely ill and had her stroke. My bedroom at the time was right above on the 2nd floor. Up until a few years ago, I never knew what she looked like, but only knew stories. Here's where it gets interesting. I was maybe 5 or 6 years old, and my father worked 3rd shift, and my mom was yet to come home from work. My neighbor attached to us had come over, and she put my sister and I to bed. My sister is 3 years older than me. It was late that night when I woke up and my bedroom door was open, and I saw an older woman standing in the doorway. She had white hair in pink curlers and a nightgown on, and she was just standing there. I don't remember feeling any sort of fear or being uncomfortable, but I wasn't confused as well. Keep in mind, I'm still to this day afraid of the dark at times. I always fear someone is watching me, so having this thing in the doorway would have been terrifying to me. Jump forward almost 11 years, keeping that to myself, and with my mom and my sister going through photos we had found from my aunt. There was one of my grandmother sitting at the kitchen table using an old phone with a cigarette in her hands, her hair in curlers and a pink nightgown on, the outfit she was wearing when she passed away a couple years later. I believe in paranormal. I believe that ghosts exist. I believe I saw my grandmother that night. My mother never wore hair in curlers. I've got two. One that happened to me and one to my parents. Mine happened the first time I traveled to Italy, along with my parents and a few other family members. One of the places we visited was Venice in San Michele, a cemetery island. It's not where most tourists would go, but it was pretty interesting and even calming compared to the rest of the city. Well, when we arrived there was this funeral procession, just leaving, everyone dressed up the way you'd imagine they did 100 years ago. It was like going back in time. I was there with my father, my uncle, and my cousin. The rest of our party were off shopping. And after looking into some of the creepy horror movie-esque tombs, I went exploring to the other side of the island. It's small enough so where there's no real chance of getting lost. I walked into one of the above-ground crypts, or whatever the right word is. It was modern-looking, not like the tombs near the entrance. And suddenly, I heard my father screaming my name. So I ran back towards the entrance, and I saw my dad rushing towards me, like I was rushing towards him. I said something like, "Is everything okay?" And he said, "What do you mean? Why were you yelling?" "Dad." I explained what had happened to me, and he said that at the same moment he had heard me screaming, "Dad," over and over again. He swore he hadn't yelled my name. My uncle and cousin were near the entrance. There was no one else on the island after the funeral procession had left. I still can't figure it out. Okay, my dad figures in another story, this time before I was born. No idea why these crazy things have happened to my dad, as my mom and I are fascinated by the paranormal. If any of this was paranormal while my father doesn't only believe in it, but also doesn't have any interest in it. My mother and father were visiting my dad's friend and his wife in Pennsylvania. This had to be the late 70s or 80s. It was a cold, snowy night, January maybe, and they had to go to the supermarket to pick up some food and supplies. My mother and the friend's wife stayed at the truck with the heat on while my father and his friend went to the supermarket. Okay, all of a sudden, the lights in the store just shut off. The street lights outside shut off, and every car in the parking lot that had the motor running shut off. Everything stopped. In the store, they tried to get the generator running. It wouldn't turn on. The phones wouldn't work. It was as if someone had sucked all the power out of the whole area. And then, just as soon as it had stopped, it started again. The lights turned on. The generator, unnecessarily, worked. The phones worked. The cars turned on. The heat turned on. The radios turned on. Everything was right back to normal. They've never been able to figure that out. I grew up in a town that was slowly growing bigger near the town center, but was surrounded by farmland. There wasn't much to do, so as teenagers, we would have to be creative to have some fun. Out in the country, there were a few spots fairly close to each other that were locally known as being haunted. One of the spots, a graveyard, was even visited by Ghost Hunters, the TV show. We would visit these spots just to hang out and have something to do at night. Most nights, nothing would really happen out of the ordinary. So this particular night, it was my friend, we're going to call him Dave, and me hanging out. Our friend, we will call him Steve, who lives over an hour away, wanted to come to our town to hang out with us. Since there was nothing else for us to do in our town, we decided to take Steve out and show him all the haunted places. Our first stop was this haunted church, very small and old. The legend was, if you ran around the building, knocked 5 times, and then ran around it again, then a ghost would answer the door. We pulled up next to the church, and Dave and I was explaining to Steve the legend about the church. The church was pitch black inside, and no cars in the small parking lot, so it was obvious no one was in there. We stayed in the car and rolled the windows down, but only stayed for a few minutes, as we had other spots to show him. We drive out more towards the country, where a couple miles from the church, there's a bridge. The bridge is called Cry Baby Bridge. Apparently, a woman dropped her baby off the bridge into the river below because she didn't want to raise it anymore. If you stop on the bridge at a certain time and roll your window down, you can hear the baby crying. We stopped, rolled our windows down, and told Steve about the bridge. Again, we didn't stay long because we wanted him to see the cemetery, and nothing was happening on the bridge. We get to the graveyard that I mentioned earlier and hang out for a half hour or so. We tell Steve about the different times we came out there, and either we would find old kids' toys in the graveyard, or we'd hear laughter up in the trees, and some other strange things that have happened there. At this point, Steve is getting a little upset because none of that has happened to us yet. We leave the cemetery and decide to head back to my house and call it a night. On the way back, we pass Crybaby Bridge, and I ask if we should stop one more time. Steve says no in a sigh that sounds like he has lost all hope on that night. We're heading back on the same road that'll take us up by the church, and as I start approaching, my radio starts fading in and out. I pull up to the front door of the church, and the radio goes straight to static. I turn my radio off, and I tell Steve to get out and knock on the door. Steve gets out of the car, and immediately we start hearing a faint sound coming from inside the church. Sounded like someone was inside playing the organ, but there were no lights on. We all have goosebumps at this time. Steve is actually strangely excited now. He decides to run around the building and then walked up the steps to the front door. Steve decides instead of knocking that he's going to bang on the front door as hard as he can. He knocks probably 4 times, then stops, and bolts straight back to the car. He jumps in and tells me, "Go!" like he had just robbed a bank. As I start pulling away, Dave and Steve roll their window down and stick their heads out to look at the church and see if anything happens. Dave and Steve keep saying, "Let's go back, let's go back." I'm a little shook, and after Steve nearly breaking the door down with his hand, knocks, I'm not that interested in going back. Within getting 100 yards away from the church, they roll their windows up, and Steve's phone starts ringing. It's an unknown caller. He answers it and puts it on speakerphone. Immediately, all we hear is a very static white noise. Through the white noise, we start hearing a young girl's voice. It was clear enough that we could tell it was a little girl's voice, but it also had this eerily dark tone to it. The voice continually rises until we can start making out what she's saying. We hear a very angry, unmistakable, "I saw you out the window. don't ever come back." She repeats this another 3 times, each time getting louder and louder until Steve hangs up. Needless to say, we didn't go back. The thing is, the only people in our town who has Steve's number is me and Dave. No one knew we were out there at those places that night, and we never passed a single car on the road. Everything to ever happen to me at those places up to that day could be explained in a logical way that wasn't paranormal, but for the life of me, I could not explain what happened that day. I still get goosebumps when I think about it. Two, both recently in my fiance's house. But first I was cooking dinner for her and the kids. The kids and one of their significant others were on the couch watching TV, as the kitchen and living room are the big open spaces. I was sautéing something. I heard someone shout my name from the back of the house toward our bedroom. Not giving it much thought, I continued my prep work for dinner. When I hear it again, this time only louder, it sounded like my fiancé calling my name. I looked at the kids for confirmation, and my soon-to-be stepdaughter was like, "Who was that?" I said it sounded like your mom. Unbeknownst to me, Mom had ran to the store. It was only the kids and me there. Secondly, a few weekends later, the fiancé and I were home alone. It was after midnight, and we enjoyed some sexy time together. Afterwards, the freaks we are decided to take some EVP recordings with my phone. After the shenanigans from the prior week, I talked and did a few recordings and heard nothing. So she decided she would talk on one end, and then we'd go to sleep. We play back her recording, and very distinctly after she said, "Is anyone there?" there was a voice that said, "What was he doing?" Freaked us the hell out, as we assumed it was referring to me ravaging her body. So we had a ghost who liked to watch. We put away the phones and lay down to go to sleep. My fiancée is typically a fast-to-sleep girl, while it takes me 15 or 20 minutes. About 10 minutes later, we hear 6 very loud footsteps walking down the hall from the kitchen toward her bedroom, and just stop. Thinking my fiancé was asleep, I was silently noping myself out. And I hear her say, "Hold me now." So she heard it too. Got a story of an old lady my friends and I thought was mentally unstable. We snuck by her house at 3 a.m. one night and got scared as crap by what we saw. So my friends and I were pretty big troublemakers in high school. I had the reputation for it too. Some weekends we'd have random people hang out with us because we were always getting into shenanigans. We also had a weird interest for paranormal stuff, breaking into old broken down houses to explore at night. Driving to local spots known for orbs or lights, just flat out loved the adrenaline from being scared. So one night, we're all at a friend's house. 5 of us, and just hanging out. Then C, K, and B, abbreviated for privacy, started talking about a lady they had just done lawn service for. They'd been running this gig for a couple months, and this lady was actually one of their first customers. My friends, as I said earlier, all known for their fuck it attitude, not afraid to straight shoot when they're thinking. So they start talking about how the previous visit to her, and they were taking a break from work to drink water and recoup, and C was like, "Straight up, do you guys ever feel like a lady's watching us from the house?" They all agreed, surprised that they weren't the only one. They said it always felt like that they would be being watched from the window or the blinds a few seconds late, that it just felt like they were being watched. Anywho, they decided they didn't want to work for her anymore. C was the one who picked up the check from her. designated by the guys to be the one to have to talk to her. Me and C were the doers of the group. He said that he went up to the door per usual, and her, the lady, yelling very loudly, screaming at someone on the phone about her son. A few minutes later, she came to the door acting normal. She offered C to come back on Saturday to help her move stuff out of her basement. It's a one-man job. They were supposed to be going to her house on Friday. Right now it's Saturday night, and they just skipped it because they got sketched out too much. They showed us the next text she sent. Paragraph of how unprofessional it was not to show or tell her. Well, they legit just went ghost on her. So she sounded outraged. Okay, and we were too skeptical of their story and didn't believe she was some old evil lady. Just old. They're exaggerating. Here's the kicker. They put up a Google search of her name. It's a court document where basically this lady forcibly had her son admitted to a mental institution and was the primary person to put him there. Kinda sketchy. Kinda fits her profile. So we dare them all to go with us. We're gonna ding-dong ditch this lady just to prove a point that she's not scary. Before you judge, we're 16. What we do to prove our balls. So fast towards 3 a.m., we're in my car headed to her house. Her house sits on the start of a street that goes uphill. There's woods leading uphill to her house and ends at her property line, and the neighborhood starts. Her house has a garage in front and a bay window that shows a long dining room. We park way down from the hill in the street so we don't make any noise to get people calling the cops or anything. It's important that you trust me when I say there's absolutely no way anyone on the street heard or saw us coming. Sounds, headlights, no way. We creep up the road together, planning on how we were going to run away and down the hill without biting asphalt. As we get close to where the woods ends and the property line comes into view, we come to the edge of the trees. 3:30 a.m. There's one light on in the house, the dining room light. In the lit bay window, there's standing an old woman dressed in white undergarments. Looks like it would be in a movie. She's not moving, not turning her head or looking around. This woman is literally blank-faced, staring out the window into the dark at 3 a.m. in the morning. At this point, we were all kind of just taken back, surprised as if we'd gotten caught for once. It was probably like 15 seconds, but felt like a minute or two, where we were all frozen looking at the window to see if she ever was going to turn her head to look at us. Finally, C broke the silence and yelled, "Yeah, fuck this," and we all hauled ass back to my car and jetted. I know it seems just like an old lady when I write it out, but in person, having heard nothing but notions of evil from friends, the first time I could come to this lady's house at 3 in the morning, she's standing staring into the darkness. We never knocked on her door. This sent chills down my back. Funny how we suppress things like this in the back of our mind. I've personally had 3 sleep paralysis episodes, all back when I was 19 and severely depressed. Honestly, it's probably just that. I or we don't like to think about it or read into it much more than we should. Anyways, I've had a night similar to your terrible, evil night, minus the buzzing noise. I was sleeping on the couch at my parents' house, and the weird thing was, when this episode started, in my head, I truly believe I hadn't fully fallen asleep. I was still in that half-sleep, dazed-like afternoon nap, very dark still. I assumed it was just 1 or 2 a.m., and I'd woke myself up on accident. Mind you, I'm laying on my back. Next thing I know, I just have an overwhelming sense of fear come over me. I try to sit up, lean up, nothing. I see a dark shadow coming from the kitchen around the corner. I have no clue what it is, but I just have extreme terror and believed it was coming to kill me. My chest tightened. I could feel my chest burning because I'm mentally trying to exert effort over moving my body. I felt it get closer. And you might not understand, but in this moment, it really feels like I'm actually going to die. And if I don't get up, my life is over. As soon as I felt it getting close enough to me, to hover me, it's like my body was released, and I jerked upright, just staring straight ahead into my dark living room, the same one I was just picturing in my head. I'm man enough to say I sat there, trying to process what happened, and cried for a good few minutes because of how real it felt. The thing that gets you is that every time it feels so real. I don't know what to think about it, but here it goes. Around 8 years ago, I was in vacations with my parents and my cousin. My sister couldn't come as she had just started her job, so she stayed home by herself. When we were children, both my sister and I used to be really close, mainly because we shared a room for the first 9 or 7 years. We used to have our code with taps for asking things like, "Are you already asleep? Are our parents asleep?" Stuff like that. She's always doing something or looking for something to do, always being the first up. So when she was up and wanted me to wake up, she would place her face as close to mine as possible and stare at me. I don't know for how long she would stay like this, but I can clearly remember multiple times waking to her doing this. I, of course, would shout or at least panic until realizing it was her. I guess it was fun for her, and I have to admit, I also did it a couple times. So now we're on our trip, and it's been at least 10 or 12 years since the last time my sister pulled this prank on me. My sister and I are not close as we used to be. We have certainly grown a little apart, but we still love each other. It was the last night in our trip, before heading back to our city, and we had to find this nice hotel close to the pyramids in Palenque, which meant no cell phone service. We were sharing a room, my mom and dad in the first bed, and my cousin and I in the other. At some point around 4 a.m., I woke up to the same old sensation that someone is staring at me, so I opened my eyes, and I could clearly see a face. My immediate reaction was to shout, waking my mother up. I have to say that this sensation by itself is really scary, but years of experience with my sister waking me up like this took the threat away. So despite of my shouting, I wasn't scared. It was just too familiar. My mom turned on the light and asked me what happened. I told her that I was pretty sure my sister had just woken me up. I didn't know, it didn't make much sense, but I felt it was her. Though I cannot say I saw her face, I just saw a face, and then it disappeared immediately. My mom is really superstitious, so she couldn't sleep after that, because she felt something was odd, and I couldn't sleep thinking of my sister. Later that day in the morning, we noticed we all had lots of missed calls. My sister was involved in a really bad car accident. Luckily, she had only minor injuries. To this day, I don't know what to make of this experience. My brain tells me it was just a coincidence. On the other hand, it's the only way I would have thought of my sister sleeping. It was just so real. So between the both of us, as an extra on our previous visit to Palenque, my parents, my sister, and I, at the ruins, we could hear some drums. My parents said that it was raining and we were playing with the ponds, and at some point the drums started playing. Our curiosity made us follow the sound, getting us deeper and deeper into the jungle. I can't remember why we stopped, but when we finally made it to the exit and asked the security guy about the music, he said, "So you heard the drums as well?" He then proceeded to tell us that a lot of people heard them at different times, and they didn't know the source of it. The previous tenant of the condo I live in died in the living room. She was actually a girl around the same age as my roommate and I. She sadly died of a heroin overdose. The first week we had lived here, at least 4 different neighbors told us their account of the story, or at least they said, "Hey, did you know someone died there?" The neighbor across the hall, who called the police when she thought something was wrong, said that the girl's dog wouldn't pass through the living room where she died, and the police had to physically carry him out of the house. The first incident of something weird happening was when we had a friend over. This friend is very loud and energetic. She was playing some music on her phone and singing along in a very obnoxious way when all of a sudden the picture frames on the desk next to us fell flat over. Nothing knocked into the desk. There wasn't an earthquake, and the frames didn't even touch each other. The energy in the room was also palpable. We all felt it. Our friend was so scared that she left and to this day doesn't want to come back. I kind of just laughed and said, "Our ghost doesn't like bad singing." Second incident. A different friend was sleeping on her couch in the living room. He said that all of a sudden he just felt really weird, to the point that he was thinking about driving home instead of sleeping over. Then suddenly a picture frame on the coffee table fell over. He turned the TV on to distract him, but then he heard knocking at the kitchen window. We live on a second floor. He said it was a slow tapping, and he even got up to look at the window and it stopped. It started again when he sat back down. He immediately grabbed all of his things and left because he was that afraid. Third incident actually happened directly to me. I was home alone at the time and just cleaning. I was dusting my bookshelf, which had a few little figurines on them. Now I have a borderline OCD cleaning habit, so I know that I set them all exactly how they go. I was consciously thinking about their positioning. I heard the vacuum fall over behind me, which startled me. I turned around to pick it up. When I turned back to the bookshelf, the cat figure was turned around, facing the wall. My blood ran cold and I had goosebumps all over me. I know without a doubt the figure was facing the right direction before I turned around. The same night, I was laying on my bed when I saw a distinct shadow of a person cross my door. I slept in my roommate's bed that night. Here's the thing, other little things that have happened too since these major ones. At this point, I have had no doubt that this girl's ghost is here. That being said, I don't think she means any harm, and really I'm not even afraid anymore. I've even tried speaking out loud to her, but nothing usually happens. Unexplained events upon returning from deployment. Earlier this year, I came back from a 7th-month deployment, and I just checked into my new barracks room. Think of my barracks as a 2-bedroom apartment where my roommate and I just share the kitchen and bathroom. So I had a room to myself. Since I had jet lag to deal with, living in a time zone with a 7-hour time difference, I had trouble falling asleep and staying asleep to adjust to being back in the US. With this, I would wake up at 12 a.m. and be awake until 7 or 8 a.m. Thankfully, our leadership gave us an entire week off just to adjust with the time and spend time with family and relax after a long deployment. I'm not saying that I have any special abilities with experiencing paranormal events or encounters, but I would always have a strange feeling about being in my new room. I would feel as if I was being watched when I lay awake in my bed in the middle of the night. A habit that my mom gave me growing up was to always close the closet door whenever it was nighttime. It was just from a paranoia that something would grab you from inside the closet when you were asleep. I know that sounds stupid and funny, but I always made sure to sleep with the closet door closed. But when I would wake up in the middle of the night, I would find that my closet door would be fully open. I would just add this up to me leaving the door open and forgetting to close it. But the thing that stuck with me is hearing small noises come from all parts of my room. the living in the barracks or the apartment. While sharing the walls with your neighbors, you're bound to be hearing noises all over. However, I knew that these noises would come from inside my room. With how clear and crisp the sound would be, they would either be cracking sounds, small bumps, sounds of hangers slowly moving, or soft whispers. But me trying to be the rational person that I am, I just summed all these events up to quitting nicotine cold turkey after smoking for nearly 1 or 2 packs of cigarettes a day. A few days pass, and my family and girlfriend come to visit me at my home port. Since I wanted to have privacy with my girlfriend, I had her sleep with me in my room while my family stayed at a hotel off base. Keep in mind that I do not mention any of these events to my family or girlfriend. I was the last night my family, girlfriend, and I were spending together before we went back home. We were eating dinner at a restaurant, and my parents are asking me how it feels to be back in the U.S. I say that it feels strange being back, yet comforting, and how it feels good to have a room all by myself again. My girlfriend gives me a strange look when I mention my room, and I blatantly tell her, "Did you ever feel something strange about my room? Like there's someone else in there?" My girlfriend says. I slowly nodded my head, and we both started sharing the events. I tell her and my family everything that I have experienced, and she shares that whenever I would use the restroom in the middle of the night, she would hear something coming from my closet. She would hear voices and feel as if something was standing in the middle of the room. She would get really frightened and run to the kitchen and stand right in front of the bathroom door to be near me. Whenever this would happen, she would say that she needed to use the bathroom, but in reality, she didn't want to be alone in my room. All in all, I'm still in the same room, and I don't mention these events to any of my friends, because 1, I don't want to sound crazy, and 2, if any of my friends spend the night in my room, I want them to experience any of these events without me telling them about it beforehand, to not get them paranoid or put stuff in their heads before going to bed. Previous homeowner made a visit the night she passed away. So, my wife and I bought a house in May of 2020. The house was built in the 80s and only had one previous owner before us. She was an older woman who kept the house in pristine condition. We're talking 80s appliance manuals still tucked away neatly in the drawer. The neighborhood kids would help her transport wood into the basement as there were only a couple of wood-burning stoves in the house. She would invite the neighbor kids over for poker nights and always aged bourbon on the deck. From what I've gathered, she was very loved in our neighborhood and was very proud of her house. Also, fun fact, her daughter was apparently a medium and would offer readings from the house. She was older and injured herself, so she had to move into assisted living. Fast forward, and we've been in the house for 2 years. We had done lots of remodeling and hadn't had any strange occurrences at this point. It was the middle of the night, and my dog who sleeps in the bed with us jumps up and starts barking and growling at the middle of our dark room. She had never done this and hasn't done it since, but was acting so strange that got to the point that we actually walked through the entire house to make sure no one had broken in and no animal had somehow gotten inside. Found nothing. After a while, we finally got her calmed down and went back to sleep. 2 days later, we're on a walk in the neighborhood, and a neighbor who kept in close touch with the previous owner, she would visit her and send her pictures of the house with Christmas lights, etc., informed us that she had passed away the night that our dog had freaked out. I'm convinced dogs are more sensitive than us, and the old owner might have come to see what we have done with the house. But it's also easy to look at as a coincidence. Since that night, though, lights have turned on and off by themselves. This one door is always opening and closing itself. Another door is slammed shut twice, and this giant piece of furniture somehow moved on its own. My wife and I are preparing to host a get-together with old friends, and we turned a room in the basement into essentially a party room. Pong tables, giant Jenga, etc. It's an unfinished room with a cement floor, so we were thinking cleaning it up would be easy if we needed it. We have this giant old recliner that is just a heavy biatch. It takes both of us to move it. We had placed the recliner out of the way in the corner. A couple hours later, we were cleaning up upstairs. My wife and I and the dog are the only ones in the house. When my wife runs downstairs to grab some paper towels, she comes upstairs, looking confused, and asked if I had gained some muscle and moved the recliner on my own somehow. I hadn't, but the recliner had somehow been moved to the head of the pong table. The amount of nope I experienced in that moment. There's no explanation for how the recliner had moved. Overall, we haven't necessarily felt threatened. Nothing has really escalated, so we're just kind of noticing and letting it go. But I thought it was kind of worth sharing. My paranormal experiences and my evidence. Sometimes when I see these characters, I'll also dream about an event from the future at the same time. For example, I'm sure you all remember that huge Grand Theft Auto 6 leak, but I dreamed about myself watching leaked Grand Theft Auto 6 footage a few months before the leak happened in real life. And here's the evidence that I'm telling you is the truth. My dream journal post remains unedited since June. Now, I have a lot of recurring dream characters, like to say similar things to me. Almost all of them claim that the world is some kind of simulation. Maybe not necessarily a computer simulation, but they claim that the world is fake or controlled. They capture it to play or theater, implying there's a script somehow. My most frequently reoccurring dream character is named Jennifer. In May 2022, I dreamed about her waiting outside a school while a monster walked around inside, scaring all the kids so they were hiding from it. I wrote about this dream in more detail in my private dream journal, but basically, Jennifer just told me she was waiting for ghosts to come to her from the school. Then a few days later, I dreamed about a guy driving to an elementary school or middle school, and he crashes his car outside the school. Then a few days after that, people pointed out to me in DMs that the Uvalde shooter crashed his car outside the elementary school before going inside, which is similar to my dream, except my dream happened a few days before. Even more recently, in January 2023, I had a dream that was very similar to the previous dream, except this time, it was specifically located in California, and specifically 11 people died, which is the exact number of people who died in Monterey Park later the same month. But once again, my dream was just a few weeks earlier. In this dream, Jennifer was the tunnel of light that people see when they die, as she was greeting the deceased, and it implied to me that the afterlife was real. And this dream was really making me feel strange because I'm wondering what on earth I actually saw. I didn't really write about this one too well, but I had another dream about an SUV that basically cut off somebody's hands 3 days before that SUV incident in Wisconsin. But these examples don't even begin to cover how many times Jennifer has done this. My post would be too long if I were to describe everything. I don't know what to make of all this. I'm not really sure what it means. It makes me believe in the afterlife, I suppose. And regarding the personality of Jennifer, she is the nicest person I've ever seen. She has very strong morals, stronger than my own. She says that humans must not do anything with bad intents. Even that people shouldn't do anything knowing that it will cause even a remote bit of harm. And that they should feel genuine remorse for whenever they have done even a little bad deed in the past. I am spiritual, and I've always been, but a different kind of spiritual. A chain of coincidences at an old hotel in Ibiza. This thing happened on a holiday in Ibiza in the summer of 2018. I've always been pretty skeptical about ghosts, but this thing really made me see it differently. The reason I'm posting it is because I came across it again after sending my experience to a friend. I stayed with my parents in an old and dated-looking hotel build, probably somewhere in the 50s or 60s. The two-bedroom apartment had a dismantled fireplace in it, and the doors were rigid and had vintage but sturdy knobs. The apartment had this key card holder in order to have electricity in the apartment. And at the first day of our holiday, I put a piece of cardboard in the holder so we don't need to put our key card in it every time. One of the last days of our holiday came to an end, and I went to bed. My room was located right behind the entrance, and my bedroom window was looking out into the hallway. I went to sleep, but eventually I woke up around 5 a.m. I had this weird dream, one that I never had before. As I was rethinking what had just happened in my dream, I wanted to move my head, but to my horror, it was really painful as I had a stiff neck. Luckily, I could move it enough, but I managed to turn on the lamp on the nightstand. I looked at my phone to see what time it was, and also tried to ease the stiff neck a bit, but that didn't help. Eventually, I turned the lamp off and went back to sleep. About 5 minutes later, for no reason, I was just blankly staring in the room full of darkness and a tiny bit of light coming through the curtains. I looked around a bit, but then I looked to my left, and in the corner of the room, I saw a black shadow-like figure standing, looking at me. At the moment, I was just totally paralyzed and kept on looking at it. Then it began to move to the right and disappeared, walking through the bedroom door. After it disappeared, I immediately turned on the lamp on my nightstand, but to my horror, it didn't work. There was no power. I then grabbed my phone that luckily had a few percentages of power left in and turned on the flashlight. Instantly, I thought about the cardboard and the key card holder, and with my phone flashlight, I opened the rigid door and went to check the key holder. The cardboard was still in its place, but it had moved up a little because when I pressed down on, the power came back. I realized that in the corner where I saw the black shadow standing in the entrance is located behind the wall, and that wall also holds the key card. So the weird dream, stiff neck and no power, even though 5 minutes before there was, and the location of the shadow and key card holder makes it hard for me to believe that this was just a big chain of coincidences. Nothing like this ever happened again to me. It was the end of 2019, broad daylight in Toronto. Queen, Dundas, Yonge Street area. I was walking down the street, and just before turning right onto Yonge, I started to get this humming in my head. It felt like it was engulfing my body, and I began to feel strange. My eyes went a little blurry, and suddenly I was gripped with fear like I've never felt before in my life. The only way to describe this feeling I had was that I was wrong. Everything around me was wrong, and that I didn't belong where I was. I looked up, and there's this square-faced brick building in the area. But it was different. Instead of a flat top, it had like 3 dome-shaped arcs on it. I blinked and literally stopped in my tracks thinking I was going mad and hallucinating. But the feeling didn't go away, so I kept walking, scared shitless. All the people on the street were walking with their heads down, and everyone was wearing the same light gray color. Everyone. And then on the walls every few meters were 2 of those big white security cameras, one pointing in each direction. I started to freak out a little and went to the store, which doesn't exist in that area, and noticed a few things. A flavor of chips that did not exist, and those sticks dipped in chocolate, also in flavors that don't exist, so I bought them both. I also noticed those property magazines on the stand that are for free, and I remember seeing the date was 2017, not 2019, and that Royal LePage property was spelled Royal LePage with an I. So I took that too. I I started freaking out when things went hazy, and I was starting to get really scared, and then suddenly, I was back where I should be. I was approached by 2 security guards who were checking on me because obviously I was freaking out. The female was recording me, and I explained to the guy that I was experiencing. He took my bag with the chips and stuff, and they said they needed to go and call the police. They told me to wait there. They never returned with my stuff. You can't make that up. Visited in a dream. I have a friend who passed away a little over a year ago from suicide. Still don't think it was on purpose, but it happened, and nothing can change that. I knew him since we were in elementary school, and he was dating one of my really good friends for a long time. I was staying at his house for about a month after he passed, in his room where he passed, with his ex-girlfriend, my friend. They redid the room and got a new bed and everything, but lots of pictures and memorabilia of him. So we're sleeping, everything is fine, but I have a dream where it's him, myself, and my friend. We're in a very crowded area. It was like a field with lots of other people, but it was just us that I was focused on. He was talking to me saying, "Be careful. Just be careful. You need to be careful." I started off quiet and muffled, but as he kept saying it, it got louder and more clear. That was it. That was the dream. Not sure why I needed to be careful. I still haven't figured that out yet. So fast forward about 2 weeks ago, my boyfriend of 6 months has a family member who passed away a few years back. I never got to meet them, just seen pictures and heard stories and whatnot. Now, my boyfriend and I got into our biggest fight yet, and I was really upset about it because I wasn't sure what the outcome for our relationship was. So, as I'm sleeping that night, I have a dream, and in this dream, I'm in the same crowded field area, surrounded by lots of people who I paid no attention to, with this family member I've never met. Same thing as the dream I had with my friend. He was talking, but it was quiet and muffled. As he kept talking, though, it was more clear and louder, and he said, "It's okay. It's going to be okay. Everything is okay. It's all okay." I remember exactly what his family member was wearing in this dream, and everything. Now, I don't know what his voice is supposed to sound like, as I've never met him before, but I told my boyfriend about it, who doesn't really believe in it too much, but he seemed happy that he came to me. It was a strange experience, especially since when I dreamt of my friend, it took place in the same exact place as the dream with my boyfriend's family member. Haunted popular restaurant. Now, I've been here for 5 years. I always heard stories, but it was never a big deal. Until about the 6th month of working here, when I had an experience myself. The girls' bathroom is the hot spot here. We did have a guy die of a heart attack here years ago, but that's the only death that has happened here. I remember going into the bathroom while we were closed, and no one else was in there, and the paper towel machine was going off. It's an automatic. When you pull one, it produces another one for you to grab. And there were paper towels on the ground. Next, it was myself, my manager, and one of the other girls in the building. We were closed and just waiting for my manager to be done and have an after-work drink. My manager is a guy, but he was walking out of the kitchen with myself and the other employee. As he was shutting the lights off to the kitchen, we heard a very deep man's voice yell, "Hey!" from the back of the kitchen. We all kind of looked at each other. said forget having a drink, and left. Then, another incident in the bathroom. My friend and I were going in there so she could braid my hair. We weren't open yet, and we went into the handicap stall for more room. While we were walking into the bathroom, we heard a toilet flush, and we thought it was one of my managers using the bathroom, so we said hi when we were walking in. Nobody was there, and there was not automatic toilets. They're the ones that you have to physically push with the long silver handle. Another one. I was using the bathroom. There are 3 stalls in there. When you walk in, you're facing the handicap one. Then one in the middle, and one in the far right. I always use the one on the far right unless it's being used. So while I was in there, I heard a noise, kind of like a bouncing noise when a door double bounces when it's being closed. Didn't think much of it until I came out and I'm washing my hands and I see the straps and the changing table swinging located in the handicap stall, and realized the sound was the changing table being pushed open. My most recent one was today. I came in at 11:30. There's only about 1 table in the restaurant since we open at 11, and it's not very busy the day after Christmas. So I hang my coat up and go into the bathroom to put my hair up. As I'm looking into the mirror, I notice the middle stall door is closed. No big deal. They can be closed without being latched. But I seen a shadow moving between the cracks. So I figured someone was in that stall. I used my normal stall, do my business, and realized that nobody is in the one next to me because I didn't see their feet. Again, no big deal. Maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me since I woke up only an hour before coming in. So I'm washing my hands and my back is to the middle stall. As I turn around and face that stall, I see what I assume to be a shadow figure peeking its head above the stall door, staring at me. I didn't even dry my hands. I hightailed it out of that bathroom and will use the bathroom when I get home in a few hours. There are more stories that have happened to others. I just don't have the time to put them down right now. I heard her say, "Uh-oh." So this, much like my incident with the ghost of the Civil War nurse, isn't going to be some grand epic. It isn't going to be some, "and then I saw a ghost" type thing. I honestly wish it was, as those things make for a better retelling, and they're harder to dispute. Anyway, for a bit of a backstory, I live in a small southern city with history dating back to the Civil War. The apartment building I call home, and have called home for almost 4 years now, was built in 1936 to be apartments, instead of existing as a house first, only to then be converted into apartments. The walls and floors in this place are tremendously paper thin, as I can hear my downstairs neighbor's TV and my downstairs neighbor if she's talking loud enough. There's squirrels in the walls that I can hear scrabbling from time to time, and I can hear every time the front door opens and shuts. Generally, people slam it. I say all that to say, yes, I know there's rational, logical explanations for all sorts of things. I'm sure there's a logical explanation for the heavy footsteps I sometimes hear in my downstairs neighbor's apartment, which sounds like she puts on her heaviest pair of hiking boots, which I would be surprised if she even owns, in paces, doing her best to stomp heavily with every step. I'm sure there's a logical explanation for the knocking I'll hear sometimes on the bathroom wall, which sounds very much like my other neighbor is rapping his knuckles against his side of the wall. I'm even sure there's a logical explanation for the shadow of the arm I'm sure I saw in my kitchen once, and only once, back in 2020. Staring at it, I was from the living room. I'm sure there's a logical explanation for any and all little creepy things that have happened while I've lived here. I can find no explanation for this next part. This was about a week ago. I was about to go to sleep, sitting on the couch. I sleep on my couch because the living room is the only room I can somewhat climate control, be it through heaters or fans. And playing some solitaire to sort of relax. It was a particularly noisy evening that night. The train was whistling and groaning as it made its way down the tracks. The squirrels were scrabbling in the walls, and I could hear one of my neighbors moving around. In truth, I was a little unnerved by all the noise, but then in the middle of everything, I hear it. Uh-oh. It was a small voice, toneless, either a young woman or a child. It wasn't muffled, didn't sound like it was coming from a TV or from one of my neighbors. It sounded like it was coming from the kitchen or my bedroom. I stop, paralyzed, listening, and hear nothing else. Ever since then, I've heard nothing else and have no explanation for it. There's no grand ghost story attached to this place. The only thing that comes close being a half-remembered story of the old landlord about some little girl going missing here at some point. Even he hadn't heard about it himself. I had only heard about it from a woman doing research for a ghost walk. It could be nothing, and I probably won't hear anything else, just like the Civil War nurse at my college. But I know what I heard. I know what it wasn't, even if I don't know what it was. That's what counts, right? Weeping Woman. So I've mentioned before how my town has a lot of Civil War history. This is despite the small hang-up that only a few buildings actually managed to survive the war. The rest were torn down to build barricades along the river, as the town itself changed hands on more than one occasion. One of the few remaining buildings in question is an old bank, technically the oldest in the state, though not the oldest operating one. It was built in 1833, though almost immediately went bankrupt, and now Bankless Bank, serving as everything from a private residence to a hospital during the war before finally managing to actually be used as a bank again, though even that wouldn't last very long. It's a museum now, the one not too far removed from where I lived, close enough that I'll walk to it sometimes. I'm friendly with the people who run it and have given some tours to friends who have dragged down there. There are a few ghost stories associated with the bank, though arguably the most famous is that of the Weeping Woman. A woman who would have one son go fight for the North and the other for the South. Both boys ended up dying, and though they died on different days in different battles, news reached the woman of their deaths on the same day. There's a mirror in the downstairs portion of the bank that's actually originally from the bank when it was first built. It's used now for prom and wedding pictures, and supposedly, every once in a while, a picture will get ruined by the audition of the person in the mirror. A woman dressed in all black. I wish I could say that I have a picture of the woman, and that the story is about the circumstances around that picture, but unfortunately, I don't. There's another part of that ghost story, though, that sometimes the woman can be heard weeping over the deaths of her sons. I was in the museum about 4 months ago, showing it to a friend of mine, and he dropped back while the lady who normally oversaw it was explaining something to another couple of guests. I'm standing there, listening, and then I hear it. It sounded distinctly like a woman openly weeping, coming from somewhere, just a little ways away. I thought it might have been outside, but then someone opened the door, and the noise didn't get any louder. Glancing over at my friend, it was clear he didn't hear anything, and after a while, the noise went away. No one else in the building heard it, though the lady in charge had told me several stories about unusual things happening to her, Plates breaking, small noises, all sorts of things. A couple months pass, and then during a Christmas celebration at the bank, I heard the woman telling the story of the weeping woman to a couple people who had just asked about the ghosts. I got to be part of that story as I leaned in and told them that I myself had heard it. I've yet to hear it again, as I've gone back to try, but I know what I heard. There's a ghost story around that old bank, and I'm now part of it. I heard the sound of a crash. As stated in several other of my posts, I live in a small southern city with a lot of Civil War history. About 2 months ago, I set out to put together a book of the city's ghost stories, as, at least to my knowledge, no one else has done so. This has led to a lot of foot research, a lot of questions, and 1 or 2 mistakes. My sincerest apology to that one story when I told you your place was haunted. I hadn't realized I was in the wrong place. One of the more prevalent ghost stories I've come across so far was everybody seems to know some version of it. Is that a little girl who fell through the skylight of a grocery store in the 1930s, hit her head on a Coke machine, and died the next day. It's one of the few ghost stories I've come across for the book that's rooted in history, as the little girl did actually fall. I've seen a photograph of her. I've read newspaper articles about it, and I visited her grave. A lot of the finer points of the actual event seem to have gotten mixed up in the retelling of it, though as I've heard people talk about the little girl falling through a window instead of a skylight, and pointing to other buildings on the street as the one she'd fallen out of. Supposedly, her ghost doesn't haunt the site of the former grocery store, but the buildings on the other side of it too. Anyway, I was going for a walk one morning early, as I often do. Heading down the street, I was thinking of the cold, of the weather, of a half dozen other things besides the ghost story about the little girl. I was walking by a series of shops when I heard the noise, a terrific sounding crash. Jumping, startled, I whirled towards the sound of the noise, only to find myself standing in front of the exact building the girl had fallen into. It's a jewelry store now, or at least will be until they move out soon. And admittingly, it could have just been someone working inside who dropped something. Still, the place didn't open for another 2 hours, and it was fairly early in the morning. I almost looked in, probably should have looked in, but didn't, just in case it was one of the workers and not a ghost. I went on my way, rather shaken up, and have yet to hear anything else, no matter how many times I walk by the building. So, did I hear the ghostly replaying of that tragic accident? Or just the mishandling of a clumsy employee? I don't know, and probably never know, but that doesn't mean I won't quit hoping to hear it again. The Dare of a Dark Walker. In 2016, I was in my summer house in autumn alone, and I was watching a TV series with my headset at night. I wasn't sure about the time, but it was probably 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. Only one old neighbor next to my house is staying there for almost 4 seasons. He was most probably sleeping during those hours. Anyway, I don't want to make the story long, so I'm going to dive into it real quick. What a coincidence that I was watching the Game of Thrones 4 episodes in a row. The White Walker is about to come to the scene. I needed to stop the show and I felt very, very thirsty indeed, so I walked like 4 steps to fill my glass. I was not under any substance or drug. I remember the window next to my sofa was closed, but not so sure, and the single window was looking at the back of our house that had a small garden, and right after the garden wall, There's a big garden, which is very, very dark. The big garden has lots of pine trees and is separated by quite a distance from each other. The moment I was sipping from my glass, I couldn't swallow because I heard a footstep from the back of my house, from the garden. That footstep, or big animal step, or something that freaked me out. And I could feel my heartbeat in my ear. Something out there crunched a bunch of dry leaves, or a single big one. I panicked and ran through the window. I opened the curtain and saw something 10 meters away stop and look at me, and there was pure silence. I assumed that was a tall guy, maybe not even a human, who was staring at me from the garden. I can't see his body or face because the moonlight was very strong in the dark, hitting the guys between two trees slightly behind. All I could do was just make the noise coming out from my lungs with a long duration. Like hush or kind of a snake. I have no idea what kind of reaction is. After that, I opened almost every light around me and tried to find something sharp or knives. I couldn't control my heartbeat or stay calm. I heard something outside, and this time it was from the side and a cat trying to catch bats on her dinner table. So I say, okay, it's a cat. I closed the curtain of the glass door, and all of a sudden, one of the dinner table chairs dropped on the floor, and something hit the glass door intensely. A couple of quick steps, and I opened the curtain, and that cat was looking at me, eye to eye. I open the door and say, damn it. I walk with my knives outside. The knives were blunt, like a double sword. I was showing off and trying to be a tough guy or something, but there's no way you can see a damn thing in the dark behind a bunch of flowers and trees from the open balcony. The dinner table location. I said, what's going on here? And couldn't forget, because the thing was very big, calm, and cold without even breathing. I was 23 years old at that time. And if I didn't take my headset off and gone for a drink, this thing probably would have come too close. Very weird stuff has been happening in my room. I live with my grandparents during the weekdays and return to my parents on the weekend. It's a work-related thing. While staying at my grandparents' house, I've had numerous of supernatural, I believe, encounters. One night, while sleeping on my toiletry bag, fell on the ground. There's no way it could have fallen due to the secure fashion I placed it in. Then one morning, I wake up and some shorts are in front of my heater, the kind of heater that blows out hot air and can be hazardous if something gets too close. One night, I wake up to the fear-instilling sound of someone sitting down in my gaming chair. It's very loud because there's some hole and air escapes when you sit, and it's very loud. It makes a squeaky sound. Just 2 nights ago, my box fan that requires you to twist the knob from level 0 to 3 to change the levels of spinning was turned on by itself. Not to the level next to 0, but 2 levels, which means that it didn't just accidentally switch on. Just now, I saw something that looked very similar to if you had the sun reflecting rays on your phone and you could blind someone. I was looking at it. Then when I was about to touch it, it flew away. First time that's ever happened to me. Can someone give me insight to what particular being is doing this and what exactly I should do? I'm not scared of them, but it's just perplexing. Spirits attempted to warn me about a suicide that would take place. I moved into an apartment 7 months ago after living with my foster parents for 17 years. For context, it was 2 days before my graduation. For more context, I'm still with CFS, and I live in a supervised building for girls and I'm enrolled in a program to live on my own without staff and a roommate, but I still have supports like grocery money given to me, and my rent is paid. Some background. Rules of living with my parents. Not allowed to be on the phone unless I ask. Not allowed to keep a phone at night. Internet goes off at 8, except on weekends, where it would go off at 9. Only certain days I'm allowed to be on my phone and at certain times. Example. Sundays, Mondays, and Wednesdays are 6 to 7:30 p.m. Friday and Saturdays are 6 to 8:30 p.m., sometimes 9 if my dad was being nice. Even if it was my phone that I bought with my money, I'm still not allowed to keep it with me during the day and night. It goes in my parents' room until the next day, where I can be on it. Not allowed to bring a phone to school, so after I moved out, I texted my boyfriend all the time to make up for all the lost time. One night, a few days after my 18th birthday, I was told I was getting a roommate, and I had already been living in the building without a roommate for a few weeks. The whole time, I had the suite to myself. I had an eerie feeling of being watched all the time. My then roommate went by they, them pronouns, so I'll be referring to them as that. I was at my boyfriend's house when I got the news, so I wasn't there when they initially moved in. However, they went to their grandma's house for evening, and I was in my room sending my boyfriend audio messages on Snapchat. Me being me, I was talking about weird shit. He sent one back and he said, "What the fuck the noise at the beginning?" He knows that I sometimes scare easily, so I thought he was playing. But I played back the audio, and at the beginning, a few seconds before I start talking, you can hear a growl, then a deep sigh. Keep in mind, I was talking as the sigh was happening, and the growl kept going while I was talking. I flipped out and ran out of my room. I got him to screen record the message, and I have it saved still. I texted my roommate to the point where they actually responded really fast. They would either leave me on red or just eat and just wouldn't open it. I told them what happened and sent them the recording. When they got back, I was given sage by another girl in the building, and we smudged the room. After we smudged, we were sitting in the living room, and my peripheral vision, I could see a light flickering. I turned my head, and my fucking lights in my room were flickering. Got my phone out and started recording. I was asking it to please stop. It kept going. As soon as I said, "Stop it," it stopped flickering. Other shit would happen within the following months. Weeks and later after both challenged it, and out of nowhere my roommate gets violently sick. What we didn't know was what was going on later in that month was a staff member was going to commit suicide. The girls who knew her were devastated, but there was a darkness throughout the whole building. My auntie's mom, an adopted mom, came to the apartment, and she smudged. And again the lights started flickering. She said that it was the spirits letting us know that this was going to happen. I honestly thought it was over, all the scary shit. However, there was something that changed my roommate. One night I was in my room watching TV before bed, and all of a sudden they started screaming and pounding on my door. I opened the door and they looked absolutely terrified. I asked them what had happened, and they said they saw someone in the bathroom and thought it was me because it was the same height as me. But when they went back to their room and then go look in the bathroom again, it was gone. They said they heard creaking in the bathroom. After they saw that figure, they knew it wasn't me because they said, "Why the fuck would she hide in the bathroom? She wouldn't fucking do that because she's chicken shit." Just crazy shit like that happens. The Thing in the Woods. This happened to me 2 days ago at my family's cabin in the middle of nowhere. My sister snores loud, so I usually sleep in the trailer beside her garage. Also, note, that my mom leaves the door unlocked, but she goes to bed by 11 p.m. It was around 11:30, and I was sitting in the trailer, and I kept hearing a sound that sounded like a fingernail being dragged across the window. I got up and checked to make sure the door was locked. Nothing was open, so I ruled it as my imagination. When 12 came around, I was just about to nod off when my blankets were ripped off my body. Me, sitting in fear, shot up and looked out the window to see if my mom was still up. To my dread, the lights were off. I grabbed my flashlight and looked out the window one last time. What I saw next changed my life. Standing there, looking at me, was a tall black figure. It was inhuman by how tall it was. It was holding something bloody. I don't know what the hell it was. I didn't know what to do. I told my mom, and she said that it was my imagination. I swear on my life what I'm seeing is real. For the rest of the night, I jumped at every sound, and the next morning, there was a trail of blood leading into the woods. Someone help. My family's going back there tomorrow. I've been looking for a chance to post this somewhere and ask about this. This happened to me about 2 years ago. I saw something I can't explain, and it wasn't during sleep. I was walking home one night, around like 1 a.m., and it wasn't a person. I was walking just past an intersection of streets on a residential portion of town, and then all of a sudden, I felt like something was wrong, like very wrong. Like that queasy in your gut kind of dread. I stop walking and look around, and I'm just uncomfortable. After a few moments, from down one of the streets, there's this just big 2D shape, like a very rough rectangle, just slowly moving toward me. At first, I thought it was just a big sheet blowing in the wind. I started walking down a street perpendicular to the one the shape was coming down. But still, I felt like I had to look at it, so I stopped. And once I realized this wasn't a bed sheet, this shit froze me in my tracks. It was just this big, giant rectangle, not perfect, and roughly 6 or 8 feet high by maybe 10 or 12 feet in length. It moved into the intersection finally, and just stopped there. It couldn't have been a shadow. Trust me, this shit was not a shadow. It wasn't falling over things, it blocked them completely, and was always the same weird shape. The intersection had a light over it, and this is the middle of the intersection. From the moment it entered the light and floated in the center, I couldn't think, I couldn't move. I couldn't even breathe. I wasn't scared. I've been scared before. Scared could not even remotely come close to what I was feeling. I've never felt sheer terror before. And the weird thing was it was for no damn reason. It was just a shape floating there. But it registered in my brain that I needed to get away from this thing, like right fucking now. I turned and ran. I've never ran so hard or fast anywhere. It was going so slow, there was no way it could catch up. But that didn't stop me from sprinting about 2 miles back to my house. I didn't look back once, but I really wish I did. I've been trying to figure out what it was or what I could have seen, whether it was a shadow person or it was my mind playing some horrible and very elaborate trick. Sorry this got so long, I just got excited at the prospect of telling this and getting some input. Ghosts in the cafe. I own and operate a cafe out in LA. The building has a lot of history in a neighborhood where many deaths have occurred. Prior to me being in the building, the energy that filled the space was completely different, more chaotic. It's a very chill atmosphere now, and a beacon of light in the community. Anyhow, at the beginning of the night, after the customers have left, and I'm writing or just reflecting, I'll hear various noises. Undeniable, loud noises like doors closing and even pieces of conversations that sound very ghostly. I'm not the only one to experience these sounds either. Multiple people have heard the spirits as well at the same time. A few nights ago, I had burned some Palo Santos and lit a candle as I wrote a very thunderous poem in the cafe. I was very into it, and I could get the chills of me reciting it out loud, feeling very proud of the expression I was exuding. As I got up from my chair, I blew out the candle as some of the ashes from the Palo Santos hit the ground. At that very moment, I hear a chair scoot very loudly as if a customer was getting up to leave. It was so in my face, obvious, like the spirit wanted me to definitely acknowledge its presence. I was a little freaked out at first, as I was the only one there, but quickly calmed by curiosity that had me investigate to make sure I was indeed the only one there, and surely enough, I was. I've chosen to no longer be afraid, but just accept whatever may be floating around in the unseen, adding a flavor to the energy of the cafe. Perhaps it is there to assist me in some way. Entity touched my phone. I haven't had an experience like the one I had last night in a very long time. I would always see spirits, ghosts, shadow figures. It calmed down greatly years ago when I started smoking weed. I've since stopped, and my dreams have been utterly ridiculous, but the paranormal contact has slowly come back as well. In the middle of having a very lucid dream last night, I woke up for some reason in the middle of the dream and saw an odd-looking entity of some sort standing by my bed with its hand on my phone. My phone was on the bed near my leg, and I had a pair of overalls hanging from the top of the wooden bed beam, which the entity was in front of. After about 3 seconds of looking at it and trying to figure out what the hell was going on, it instantly disappeared, like it pressed a button. At that point, my hanging overalls came back into view. I didn't feel any malicious energy from it, just very startled with my heart beating. It was extremely creepy. Earlier that day, I found that someone had taken one of my older phones and spent an hour looking for it, feeling very irritated that I couldn't find it. Then ironically, an entity puts its hand on my newer phone. I was awake out of the dream state. I wonder if they can draw energy from phones, or perhaps it was telling me not to worry about my phone. I don't know. I need some help interpreting what me and my girlfriend experienced last night. So I just moved in with my girlfriend's dad and stepmother. I'm from the US, and for a while, me and my girlfriend were in a long-distance relationship. I've been recently moved to Sweden, and just about 3 days ago, I started staying in a spare room in my girlfriend's dad's house. The first night I was here, I woke up in the middle of the night and heard the sliding door to the storage room, connected to mine, rattling back and forth on its tracks, and slightly tapping the wall. When I walked up to the door, I could see it slightly moving back and forth. My room is downstairs and sits underground, so I chalked it up to vibrations, somewhere causing the movement. I checked the room and then opened and shut the door. After that, I went to sleep, and I assumed the noises stopped. The next day, me and my girlfriend slept through the night without incident, but in the morning, I found a torn salt packet on my dresser with some of its contents on the table and floor. I asked my girlfriend, but she swears she hadn't put it there, and I don't see why anyone else would. The weirdest occurrence was definitely last night. I'm typically a skeptical person, but I know I felt the presence of something last night. My girlfriend woke up early this morning to head off to school, and before she left, she said that she saw something last night. I remember her waking me up in the middle of the night and complaining that I wasn't giving her enough space. According to her, when this happened, she saw a black figure standing at the edge of our bed. She said that she thought it was me at first, and she was trying to figure out how and when I stood up so quickly. But when she realized that I was on the bed, it seemed like it had almost crouched to pick something up and then turned around and walked away before disappearing. She said she went back to sleep because it felt non-threatening and it hasn't worried her at all. After she left for school, I went back to sleep for a few hours. I had a quick bout of sleep paralysis, but the sensations I had during it were very strange. I've experienced sleep paralysis before, but never anything like this. I felt unable to move and I could barely breathe. But the weirdest part of it all is that I literally felt like someone was laying on top of me and caressing my face and running its fingers through my hair. At first, I was relaxed because I thought it was my girlfriend. Like it literally felt like my girlfriend, but once I realized she had already left for school, I started to panic. I couldn't breathe anymore. It felt like the force was also imposing itself on me, almost angry that I was upset, and almost felt like I was having to fight for control with this entity inside of my head. Once I regained control over myself, it felt like I literally felt the energy detach from me and race away in the direction of the storage room. I took a quick glance in the room around me and saw nothing. So I went back to sleep on account of the fact that I was really tired. When I woke up, I started thinking about it a little more, and now I'm really scared because I have to sleep alone tonight. Basically, I'm looking for advice or an interpretation. I know my girlfriend said it felt non-threatening, and for me, it did at first as well, but it appears to me that it was literally trying to mimic my girlfriend, and my girlfriend had mistaken the entity for me. To me, it almost feels like something evil trying to present itself in a form that it knew each of us would feel comfortable with in order to trick us. I'm going to smudge the air with sage and Palo Santo, and I won't be able to until either tomorrow or this weekend. Not looking forward to sleeping alone tonight, or any of the nights that I have to for that matter. I, male 22, am going to college in Ohio. I live in a fraternity house that used to belong to the town. The school buys out properties and houses students in them. My house has been displaying some interesting encounters. Last year, around February or March, one of my housemates and I were talking in the hallway outside our bathroom. We were there for at least 30 minutes. Bathroom was empty. No one went in or out. Then the shower suddenly turned itself on. For context, the shower handle is the one that points at the ground when off and rotates counterclockwise to turn it on. We looked at each other and went to check it out. The handle was turned 90 degrees counterclockwise. I turned it off, and we resumed our conversation. Last semester, around September, I was at esports practice. One of my friends had sent me a Snapchat of my room from the outside, asking what I was doing. When I opened the photo, there was a figure standing in my room. This was more concerning considering my room is a single, and I'm the only one with a key, outside of skeleton keys kept by campus security. At this point, we had assumed it was just the spirit of the old man who, conveniently enough, passed away in the room that I'm in. At the end of last semester, around December, my girlfriend, female 20, and I were sitting on my bed talking. We heard a voice outside the door. Both of our heads snapped in that direction, as it was either a young or female voice, and the rest of the house is male. When we asked the others about it, who were all downstairs, no one was outside my door. They all swear they didn't hear anything or do anything. A few weeks ago, I, my girlfriend, one of my frat brothers and his girlfriend were in the living room playing Mario Kart when there was a sudden loud bang. We all went to check it out. The shower curtain rod had fallen from its fastened spot. 2 years living there, and it never fell before. Finally, last night was one of the weirdest. I heard the same voice from last December, and it was trying to speak to me inside my own head. There was what seemed to be radio interference, best I can describe, as it kept cutting out. It began to imitate sounds outside. I'd hear a car drive by, then a few moments later, hear a distorted version of it in my head. After this went on for a while, it screamed at me, "Fucking listen!" I hadn't planned on discussing this, hoping it was a dream, until my girlfriend told me she heard a growl this morning, and asked if I'd experienced anything. Our conclusion as of now is that there are two spirits in the house, the old man, who is peaceful, and whatever this other thing is. Any assistance on identifying it or general advice would be welcome. Thank you in advance to everyone's help. Updated. Information as of February 22nd, 2023. My fraternity brother, male 20, his girlfriend, female 19, my girlfriend and I took turns going under the Estes method. We got some partial information when the other three were under, but the spirit seemed to be extremely happy to speak to me, as it yielded the most responses. This is going to sound weird, and I'm still having trouble processing it all, but it seems like the spirit wants me. I'm not sure exactly what it means by that, but it definitely doesn't sound good. For example, when I asked, "What do you want?" the spirit would respond, "Him," whilst I was under. My girlfriend has a somewhat special connection to energy. I don't know the official term, but she's an empath and feels that she can control how the energy flows through her. I don't know if I'm even describing that correctly. She's been using her energy to protect me, and the spirit knows it. It repeatedly was telling her to leave the room, leave the house, and not to come back. We tested having her leave the room, and the aggressiveness increased, resulting in my quitting when I heard a voice scream, "He will be mine!" Chilled to the bone, I removed the headphones and blindfold and called the session to a stop. Since doing the Estes method about a week ago, most of the activity has died off, with the exception of things occasionally falling off of their sound resting places, the TV randomly turning on or off or pausing, and I'm having a hard time staying asleep. A few days ago, my girlfriend and I both tested positive for COVID, although I doubt it's connected to the spirit. Definitely has not helped settle my nerves, and we're now quarantined to my room. Hopefully, this added info helps anyone who might have any idea what's going on, or the previous commenters with additional thoughts of what to try next. In high school, me and my friends started and ran a paranormal investigators club. We were lame, and it was mostly just an excuse to hang out. We did have a mild interest in ghosts, and our town and school had plenty of urban legends to go off of. We didn't get permission from the school to have activities outside of campus, and we couldn't go into any buildings that had urban legends surrounding them, so we were stuck outside of buildings on campus at night. So we had a bunch of outings. We were taking photos of random things, looking for orbs. There were a lot, but I was never able to "Oh my God, that's a ghost." So one day we got our hands on a tape recorder. We had ourselves a little seance. We formed a circle, did a generic greeting to any spiritual things that might be present, and included some instructions. We were going to leave the tape on for 2 minutes, and the group was going to be silent. This was a Friday night. After the tape, we packed it up and went home. Our next club meeting was the following Tuesday. Our teacher, chaperone, endorsement was a nice guy, but not anything special as far as teachers go. You know the type. So we sit down and start talking, and the teacher tells us that we should probably listen to the tape. So we fire it up. Everything is going exactly like we remembered. Silence begins. About 45 seconds and the tape screeches, makes a sound like it's speeding up. And then in a low, gravelly voice we hear, "Get out." Tape screeches again and resumes. Entire 2 minutes of silence accounted for. I don't know what to make of this event. All I know is I don't believe the tape was doctored. I don't think the teacher had the skills to do so. It was physical tape, not digital. And the recorder was probably older than I was. It might not have been a big deal to just go over and tape over the silence, but I don't think that accounts for the strange sounds the tape made. A few months after my grandpa died, I was chilling with some friends in a hot tub, drinking, and we got onto the subject of my grandpa and his passing. I told them stories he told me of him fighting in World War I and World War II and how badass he was. Well, I go out to pee because I'm not a fucking animal who pees in the hot tub and go inside. On the small table outside the bathroom is a few pictures of myself and my parents, my grandpa and my grandma, and one of the only photos we have of my grandpa in a uniform in Germany. It's the only one that's face down. I figure one of us must have drunkenly knocked it down, or one of the cats was fucking about. So I flipped it back and went back on my business. About 20 minutes later, had to refresh the beer, go back inside, and the photo is now the only one standing. All other photos are down. I flip them back up and figure one of my friends is messing with me. Go back outside and tell them what happened, and no one admitted to it. Everyone had been pissing outside the tub into a snowbank off the porch, confirmed by off-color snow. I tell them to be serious with me, because it's actually disrespectful of my grandpa's memory to mess with his photo and my family's photos like that, and everyone confirmed that they weren't fucking with them. I had been the only one going inside to piss and get beers, always getting for friends too, so this was odd. I go back in again, and this time I've consciously made note that no one had entered or exited the house since the last time I came out. All the pictures have been placed on the floor face down, except for my uniformed grandpa, and the photos upside down in the frame. In my late teens, I had nightmares quite frequently. That may not be the most accurate term, but it fits to me. They were semi-lucid dreams, and so far as I knew, I wasn't awake, but I couldn't control what was happening. The nightmares were always different experiences, but I had the same objective in each one: save as many people as I can from what's happening. People around me would be dying from a fire, or being shot, or a wild animal would be killing them, and I'd have to sacrifice myself to try to save them. The thing was, there was always this thing in my dreams with me. Once it was a doctor with no face, another time it was a bear. I even remember it being the front door to my house once. Whatever it was, it always had the same foreign feeling. I don't think I created it in my mind. I honestly think it came in. It would always be in the wrong place at the wrong time and hinder my objective in the nightmare. The thing would ensure my nightmare took the worst turn possible. Then I would get sacrificed in some way and die. I wouldn't wake up like you normally do when the bad thing gets you, though. It would continue until I experienced my own death, pain included. Then I'd stand up, as a ghost maybe? I still don't quite understand how or why. and just have an overwhelming need to scratch myself somewhere. I'd claw at my leg or back or face, and the dream would end shortly after that. The next morning, I'd wake up to scratch marks on my body where I scratched myself in the dream. It always freaked me out, but then the dreams went away. Then one night, I had a really bad one. I couldn't die. I couldn't scratch itch, and I was getting afraid. My wife and girlfriend at the time tried waking me up. She says I wouldn't wake up, but I was crying. I vividly remember her waking me up and me being unable to move with a giant shadow looming over our bed. I don't think I'll ever forget that helplessness feeling. I told her about it the next morning and came clean about the scratches. She had asked about them before. After that night, though, I didn't have the nightmares anymore. They just went away. Last year, I found out my wife had talked to the father of her church, who agrees to come to our apartment and bless the place. I guess he spent 45 minutes in the bedroom, and she said she had an uneasy feeling the whole time. I can't say it was paranormal, and not just my imagination and me scratching myself in my sleep, but the piece that bugs me is that him blessing our place without my knowledge, and the nightmares going away after that. I'm not exactly a religious man, but what the actual fuck? My wife and I were living at my grandma's house. It's a very large house, and we had the entire upstairs. My wife and I were in the master bedroom, and our 3-year-old daughter was in the front bedroom across the hall from us. We had one of those new fancy baby monitors that had the breathing sensor and all that. Primarily, if our daughter tossed wrong, the stupid thing went off. But we kept on with it as we were new parents. One night while trying to go to sleep, my wife and I were lying in bed talking about the week's happenings, basically just shooting the shit till we got tired enough to go to sleep. We finally stopped talking and were ready to go to sleep, so we turned up the baby monitor so it would be loud enough to wake us if the alarm sounded, or if our daughter started crying for some reason or another. As I lay there trying to nod off, I heard what I thought was breathing over the monitor, adult breathing. It was kind of distorted, like bad reception, so I would listen more carefully to be sure it wasn't malfunctioning. I heard my daughter moving around, and that came through clear, so I figured it was just some interference with the monitor. However, a few moments later, I heard clear as day over the monitor an older woman's voice saying, "Shh, it's okay," in a very soft, almost comforting tone. However, being a new father living where I did, I freaked out. Leaping out of bed, thinking that someone is in my daughter's room about to kidnap her or something. I ran through the hall and burst into her room. Her room was near pitch black, but for the little toy thing we had in her crib, it would give a constant soft glow, and there was noise from it. Be a kick, a cry, it would turn on and move and play soft music. That was in the middle of its song. My daughter appeared sound asleep and no one was in the room. Figuring I must have dreamt the voice, I walked over to pick up my daughter to comfort her, and myself at this point. When I picked her up, I noticed that she was very, very warm. I checked her temperature, and it was a dangerous 103 degrees. Now, before we put her in bed, she was fine. Only 3 hours had passed. Since then, which probably means her temperature would have been continuing to rise throughout the night had something not made me go in there. My wife and I can only conclude to this day that the ghost of the old woman that we are pretty sure is in my grandma's house was the one who got me in there. My grandma's house is over 110 years old, and that holds a lot of history. So to this day, we're thankful to this ghost or happening, or whatever you want to call it, and are quite certain that whatever it was, it saved our child's life. I'm not a religious person either. Frankly, I almost despise most of the big ones. But I do believe in miracles, And those miracles are the reason my family and I even exist. My grandmother was ran over by an automobile with those old-timey thick wheels. I don't think they were made of rubber yet. Anyways, they take her inside and the whole town, including the doctor, gather to her bedside and say their last goodbyes. Then she gets out of bed like nothing happened. And her seemingly crushed chest appears to be fine. Everyone in the area celebrates her, and they kind of make this child of sort of mascot of the local church. For lack of a better term, she lived a very long and happy life. My brother was saved by a friggin' ghost. My dad, who is a very serious person, told me both these stories, and I believe him. When my father and mother were young, my parents were staying at my grandparents' house briefly. They were sleeping on the pallet bed on the floor. During the night, my infant brother had crawled under this pallet and was being suffocated by the weight of the mattress. My dad was suddenly awoken by a glowing person who told him to look under the bed. I myself am constantly inundated with weird coincidences almost every week. Something is steering me into these instances. I love listening to my instincts. I've always been guilty and kind of depressed about the financial and sometimes emotional burden I put on my immediate family by being unsuccessful and lazy. Lately, I've realized that I may have recently saved my mother and father's lives, and that I did indeed have a purpose or reason for being born. I was in the right place at the right time, listening to the right podcast, when I suddenly found the key to saving my father's bladder from being taken by cancer. Motherfucking broccoli sprouts, yo. For real, look it up. 41% effective against male types of cancers. The lining of his bladder was red and cancerous, and after many scrapings and chemotherapy treatments, they were finally going to take his bladder after one more bad checkup. I got him on these sprouts, and suddenly it was all gone. Our multi-year fight was over. You can also do intermittent fasting, and that has an amazing effect, where basically the cancer cells can't feed themselves at night, and you're not giving them food and they die. It's almost as effective as chemo, and you obviously do it with chemotherapy for spectacular results. Again, I was in the right place at the right time, listening to the right doctor on the right podcast. Explain how the ketogenic diet prevents Alzheimer's, and based on my grandmother's vegetable-like state, my mother was headed down a dark hole in a few years if she didn't start doing something soon. My mother hugged me for the other morning, telling me that I probably did save her life by getting her on this diet and coaching her through it. My life meant something to other people. I wasn't just taking up space all this time, draining those around me for resources. I feel relief. I think I saw a spirit in the fire pit a few months ago. Today, me and my mom went to my mom's friend's cottage in a remote area to bury her pet bearded dragon that was stored in her freezer for like 3 months. She was a beloved pet, and she had wanted to bury her earlier, but her brother wanted to dig the hole, so she had to wait because he lives in another province and he owns the property. While her brother was digging, he actually claims to have found the foundation of the first house in the area where the whole family died in a fire. They, my mom and her friend, were kind of scared that there was bad juju or something, but did it anyways. Previously, her brother found artifacts like coins from the 18th century and children's bones, according to him. I believe him on the coins, but I'm skeptical about the children's bones. Is it bad juju to bury a pet in a place that could be haunted? I didn't feel or see anything or haunted stuff while there, or have anything bad happen to me. We read The Rainbow Bridge and told her we would meet her again one day. I felt like she was at peace or in a better place. She died at age 14 and didn't want to eat or drink anymore near the end. I burned sage the whole time, and it burned so hot we had to put it in a fire pit. I saw something in the fire pit that looked like a cross between a cacomissile and a lemur's face. Its body was kind of cat-like. It was striped but smoke-colored, like the sage smoke. But then it suddenly disappeared. It seemed obviously spectral to me. It didn't seem like a bad or ominous spirit. What could it have meant? If it had a meaning. Ghost attached to my boyfriend? I started dating my boyfriend around 7 months ago, and it's been going very smoothly. I love him so much, and I can't wait to see what happens next. When we first started hanging out, I would stay at his apartment overnight, and one night he confessed that he thought a ghost was haunting him. I laughed it off and told him it wasn't likely. He was alone in this quiet apartment with one kitty, and it probably got spooky at night in the dark. One night, we were laying in a bed, falling asleep, when the door to his bedroom shut abruptly. I was startled and sat up. He just told me it was because of the suction from the AC turning on. I thought it was strange and got up to open the door so Kitty could walk in and out of the room freely. He meows and scratches otherwise. When I opened the door, my hand was still on the handle, and I felt a tug like it was trying to shut again. I opened it all the way back up, laid back in bed, and had my eyes on the door for a few minutes before falling asleep. After that, once in a while, I would get a strange feeling like eyes lingering on me when I would get up in the middle of the night to pee. My boyfriend and I decided to move in together, and we just got our new place this past week. It's been so stressful. The first night we moved in, the door closed in on itself in our new master bedroom, which my boyfriend again said was just the AC. We both woke up with terrifying nightmares that night, and my boyfriend even cried. It's stressful moving in. But the weirdest thing happened a few nights ago. We were both in bed at night. I was watching TikToks, and he had fallen asleep next to me. He was tossing and turning and shaking a little. I rubbed his back, and he half woke from his nightmare to tell me, "Don't go in there." I said, "Go where?" I was consoling him when we heard something clatter out in the living room. I suspected it to be Kitty, so I got up to take a look. My boyfriend was too scared to come with me. His nightmare had shaken him up pretty badly. I found Kitty sleeping in his little cave, and nothing seemed like it had fallen. I went back into bed, and at this point, my boyfriend continued to tell me about his dream. He said he saw a ghost in his dream, and that I couldn't see it. So I tried to walk towards it, and then it disappeared. As he was telling me this story, we both saw Kitty's tail and furry back crawling at the corner of the floor by the bed, and we assume he walked into the bedroom to cuddle. We both start calling for him to jump up, but he doesn't. I look at my boyfriend and we feel this creeping feeling, and I tell him to turn his light on. I hang off the end of the bed to see if Kitty's hiding, but no, Kitty isn't there. I get up again and go back to the living room, and I see Kitty is still sleeping in his cave. I walk back to the room and get in bed. We both slept with the lights on that night. The next day, I told my mom about everything, and she told me to sage the place, which we did. He wrote down some mantras. We opened all the windows and doors. We went back clockwise around the entire apartment, saying our mantras and then closing. I feel better since we did this, but also worried that there's something attached to my boyfriend, or something that he owns. I know it's not that crazy, but both of us seeing something together in our bedroom just felt way too eerie. A few years ago, 2011 or 2013, I lived in an old house. It was built in 1908, I think. And strange things happened there almost daily. It started pretty simple. For example, I wanted to take a bath, so I started to take in water to the bathtub. Since it'll be several minutes for the tub to be full of water, I started doing something else. When I came back to check the water, the faucet was set to extremely hot, like boiling hot. I could swear that it wasn't me who set it this temperature. Almost every night there were strange noises in the house, like tapping and the sound of someone walking around. Since it's an old house, I knew the sounds were probably coming from old pipes and wooden floor. But it was still creepy as fuck. Actually, most things were explainable because of the age of the house. My TV, for example, regularly decided to turn off and on by itself. Bad wires, I guess. The only strange and somewhat paranormal thing that truly happened was the living room where I slept overnight. You know, that shivering feeling that someone's watching you? Every, and I mean every damn night, somewhere between 1 and 3 a.m., I had this feeling. I was even able to locate and track it. It came from a corner right beside the door to the living room. I looked in the corner and it felt like I knew there was someone or something standing there and watching me. Of course, there was nothing visibly. At the first few weeks, I was really creeped out about this, but after that, I just told myself it was all in my head. At this time, I had a particular coworker who became a really close friend of mine. Even though I moved kind of far away 5 years ago, I'm still in contact with him pretty often. At the time I lived in this house, the said coworker had problems at home, stress with parents and stuff like that. But since he and I were full-aged at the time, he just decided to sleep at my place very often. One time, we were up late because we had no work the next day, and we were both at the living room. I should say that I never told my coworker about this strange corner-watching thing, because, well, it sounds ridiculous, right? Never mind. We were up late, and somewhere around 1 or 3, I had this feeling again, just like the other night. It was the first time my coworker was in this room by this time of the day. After a few minutes, he seemed to get somewhat uncomfortable. I asked what was wrong, and I shit you not, he told me it feels like someone is watching him. I said, "From where?" And he pointed out the corner to the right, beside the living room door. I looked at him dumbfounded, and I swear the next thing is true. It happened exactly like this. Since we were both concentrated on the corner, and therefore the door, we were able to see the next thing, not just from our peripheral vision. The door, all of a sudden, just slammed shut. Like when teenagers are really pissed off and slams his door shut. It was winter, so we had no windows open. Not in the entire damn house. The door was completely open, and it just shuts close from alone. Not just really slowly like it happens when wind blows. I'm talking about Paranormal Activity movie door closing. We were grown-ups, but we almost pissed ourselves. We decided it was best to leave this house and come back in the morning. This was by far the most scary thing I ever encountered. Not least because I still have no explanation for this shit. When I was 14 or so, I spent a weekend with a friend at his cabin at Heart Lake, Canada, a place where I later learned is tied to the First Nations people that lived there. On the second night, we decided to stay in a small fishing shack a few hundred feet away from the actual lake house, which was little more than a shed with 2 bunk beds on opposite sides. I slept on the top bunk on one side, he on the bottom bunk on the other. I remember very vividly waking up because of the warmth. It was late autumn, and we'd been bundled up to keep from freezing, but now, at about 3 a.m., the cabin was very comfortable, and the light was casting shadows on the wall beside me. In my tired, half-awake state, I could see the shadows were reflections of animals outside. There were a few squirrels, a couple birds pecking at the ground, and mostly rabbits. About 2 or 3 bunny shadows were always reflected on the wall, just a foot from my gaze. Shadows casually nibbing at the ground and seeming extremely unconcerned in general. It was serene. To this day, I remember how peaceful it was, how unrushed I felt to rouse myself fully awake. I don't remember if I actually heard birds chirping or if I only imagined it because they were so lifelike. As I began to wake up, further and further, however, it dawned on me. The cabin didn't have a light inside of it, nor was there a window. I pulled myself up slowly, confused, but too peaceful to be truly startled. I realized I couldn't determine the source of the light. I woke up to my friend, who was immediately scared by the fact that we could see each other clearly, despite no visible source of illumination. And I called him to take a look at the still-moving shadows on the wall next to me. He did, screamed, and fled from the cabin immediately and started running back towards the lake house. I stayed behind to watch the figures a little while longer, partially because, like when I left, the zen-like feeling of tranquility would go as well. Eventually, I did follow him back up to the lake house, where his religious father gave us a furious lecture about making up stories. I spoke to that same friend in passing a decade later, and he told me that he still remembered the night vividly. He cited the experience as the main reason he turned to Wiccanism later in his life. He wrote down every detail we could remember and sent them to each other simultaneously over a chat program. And they matched up perfectly, except for the fact that he also stated that he distinctly remembers feeling protected. I've had a few things happen. First, when I was really young, about 7 or 8, my sister was around 12. Our bedrooms were in the basement of our house we lived in at the time. We would always be up past bedtime and would usually play around. The way our rooms were set up is that each of our rooms had a door to our main area of the basement. We also had a connecting door between our bedrooms. I went through the connecting door and asked my sister something, I can't remember what. And when she looked at me, she began screaming. So I began running because I figured it was a spider or something. Creepy dark basement and all. She screamed, "It's after you!" And I started running, and this caused me to freak out and keep running. My mom woke up and came downstairs. Apparently, there was a vibrant white orb chasing after me. I was too panicked to look behind me, but to this day, she states it chased me as I ran around for a few moments, and then it zipped into the vents in the house. Weird. It was dark, so the only thing I could ever reasonably say it was is ball lightning or something along those lines. Secondly, at one point, my father fell on hard times and had to move into my grandparents' house. Me, Mom, Dad, and sister. My grandparents had a sizable finished basement, so we had ourselves set up down there, with our beds as our makeshift home for a couple of months until we found a new place. One night, I woke up and looked to the stairs that led into the kitchen and saw a whitish, blurry figure sitting down on the steps. It stood up when it noticed me looking and turned and walked up the stairs quickly. I didn't tell anyone, but spent the night huddled under my sheets, freaking out. About 8 years later, I learned during a random holiday party that my grandpa, mother, and her 7 brothers and sisters had been seeing the same figure. Grandpa claimed it was a little girl that he saw, but everyone always said they once looked her way. She always got up and left. According to Grandpa, he has seen this girl his entire life, ever since he was a boy. This one is rarely mentioned, but no one is concerned because it had always been harmless. I'm not a believer in ghosts, despite these stories of things happening, but always found it interesting that my family apparently had this shared experience with that one. And finally, when I was younger, this is in the house from the first story, so probably age 8 or 9. I woke up one night and something weird had happened. I used to have those big plastic storage bins in my room, the Tupperware looking ones. One filled with Legos and one filled with random toys. If you know how heavy Legos can be en masse, this might throw you. By this time, we had sealed where mine and my sister's rooms had a doorway between them. When I woke up in the middle of the night, both bins were stacked in front of my bedroom door. On top was an old toy tractor, and a bear I had, normally on a shelf, was sitting on the back of the tractor. There was no way I was able to hoist either of those bins up to place it on top of the other bin. This obviously freaked me the hell out. So I pulled the bins to the side, enough for me to get through the door, grabbed my pillow, and slept on the couch that night. The next day, my mom asked how the bins got that way. Still have no idea how they ended up stacked from the inside of my room, blocking the door. Back in September of 2017, I was making plans to re-enlist back into the Army. I got a new MOS, new moving location, etc. I was told by a unit administrator that I was going to be assigned to a unit down in Texas. I live in Minnesota. This sort of made me sad because I'd be leaving a lot behind here. I had looked online for a property and house in the northern part of Texas to be close to the reserve unit I was allegedly assigned to. So I told my family I was going to stay at a friend's house for a week, actually taking the week to go down to Texas. The only person who knew where I was going was a gal I was sweet on. The reason I went to Texas was to check out this house and 100 acres of land selling at like $20,000, while the other houses around were 200 and above. Should have been my first clue. The pictures of the house and land were gorgeous. I was excited. I got out to this location and met with the realtor dude. We parked our vehicles near a forested location. Weird. This dude had a deep southern accent that you could barely understand. That swamp backwoods talk. He told me to follow him after 4 attempts. He leads me through a small section of trees on a pathway. When we got to the opening, I was getting really excited. Till I saw the house. Looked nothing like the photos. This house gave me the Chainsaw Massacre vibe. Broken, old, falling apart. I'm all, dude, the fuck, man. This isn't what was advertised. And he's all, is a fixer-upper, while laughing. I'm not exactly thrilled, but before he gets to the house, he wanted to show me the 100-acre land. I wasn't against it. We walk, and I start feeling lightheaded and sick. My energy felt like it was being drained. Mr. Beer-Belly Toothless, Joe over here, is yapping away in whatever language swamp people talk, and is having a good old time. I'm over here dying. Then I see it. I see countless mounds on the land, most being 6-ish feet long by 2 or 3 feet wide. I'm stopped big old Joe and asked him what the mounds were. He told me, them just storage dirt. I'm like, right, storage dirt, perfectly aligned and measured. He smiles. You got him, buddy. Walking about 20 minutes, I'm damn near about to pass out. I trip, land on my hands. Right in front of my face, I see broken pottery and arrowheads. I got up so damn fast and knew exactly what I was in the middle of. A fucking Indian graveyard. I turned toward him and went off. These are graves. He shrugs it off like it's nothing. Come on, feller. We got a house to look at. Those words made me dread my life. We walked past an old 800s pole barn. See the chains there moving on their own. Shit is starting to get more weird. We get to the house, and you can feel an evil and dark presence. I mean, it was so obvious. You can get the feel of the weight of the evil. I flat out told him I wasn't going in there. Big old Joe was sweating heavily. He's turning pale. I'm all like, fuck this. And he's all, let's go. I mean, it was so bad the door opened on its own. I'm all freaking out. He's trying to joke, saying in an odd-sounding voice, come on, even they want to meet you. My mouth remains open. I'm frozen in my spot. Fatty McGee looking like he's under a spell. He walks into the house and he raises his hand with his finger telling me to come in. I'm like, fuck this. I start walking away, then slowly running. All I hear is, come back. While I'm running, I look back and see him in the doorway. Then the door slammed. Last I saw of him. I continue running through the trees to get to my car. I trip on what I thought was a rock. I land in front of a plaque saying, here lies Josie, beloved dog. I'm looking around, seeing more plaques and headstones. I start hearing dog snarls and barks. I found myself in a goddamn pet graveyard. I got up so damn fast, got to my car. At this point, I can't breathe. It's like something was holding on to me. I try starting my car, but all it did was choke. At this point, fear fully left me, and I was just pissed. I screamed, leave me the fuck alone. I don't know if that helped at all, but my car started. I put it into reverse, got the hell out of there. I was flying by that old house. All I saw peeking through the windows were black shadows and a white figure staring at me as I drive away. I notified law enforcement about big old Joe, but they thought I was bullshitting them. To this day, I don't know what happened to him, if he even made it out. But the listing for the house was taken down a week later. I also found out the unit admin messed up on my unit assignment. Found out my unit was in Minnesota. Rough week of hell. Four years ago, I moved into my first apartment. It was a small studio with no bedroom door. It was the first time I've ever lived on my own, and I brought my 2 cats with me. I had a long mirror hanging in my closet door. Many nights I felt like something dark was in the mirror and was watching me. I kept telling myself that it was in my mind, and this was the first time living on my own, and I was just trying to get used to the things. The sight and feeling happened most nights. One day I was sitting on my couch and I heard a rustling noise and looked over at my trash can. It was a swing lid, and I watched it swing to the right, then to the left, and then it stopped. I walked over to inspect. No vent air was hitting it. Both cats were in the bedroom, and there wasn't any trash inside. I thought it was strange, but pushed it out of my mind. A couple months later, a friend and her 3-year-old daughter came over, and we hung out on my patio. Her daughter kept going in and out of my apartment, shutting the sliding glass door behind each time. After a while, she ran to the glass door in a panic and opened it, jumped out, and slammed it shut. Then threw a rock at the glass door. We asked her what was wrong and what scared her. We asked her if the cats scared her or a spider. She simply yelled, Ghost! I was stunned. I hadn't told anyone what was going on before this. After a while, things started to happen more and more. My cats would fight on my bed or be doing something on my bed, and then would all of a sudden stop and look at the left corner of my bedroom simultaneously. It would always be the left corner. I always checked to see if it was a bug or dust or anything else, and it wasn't. They would be facing the opposite direction and then both turn and look at the corner. One day, I went into my bedroom to get a winter headband from my closet. I looked at my bed before walking into the closet and for some reason made a mental note that my bed was made and nothing but 2 pillows were on it. I'm normally a messy person. I walked into my closet knowing the headband was there because I saw it the day before. I couldn't find it and said, screw it. I'll just wear the hat I found. I turned and walked out of the closet, and draping off the side of the bed, right in front of the closet door, was my headband. As time went on, I became more and more freaked out, so I started sleeping with the bathroom light on. I woke up one night and felt 2 very light footprints at the end of my bed. I looked around and saw one cat fast asleep in the cat tree, in the corner, and the other fast asleep next to my pillow. Out of the corner of my eye, I see the corner of my comforter flip up. Then, all of a sudden, it felt like a large hand grabbed the right side of my face, and I felt like I was spinning and felt sick and kept trying to force my eyes open, but I couldn't. It had to have been for 15 seconds, but it felt longer. Finally, I was able to open up my eyes, and the spinning and ill feeling stopped. Shortly after, I felt 2 light footprints at the end of my bed again. Things would happen, and then nothing for a couple of months. One night, I woke up and saw my hairbrush and night cream slam into the ground. At first, I thought it was my older cat because she liked to knock things over and wake me up. I kept calling her name, and my younger cat would walk in from the living room to inspect what was going on. I kept calling my older cat's name and peered into the living room and saw her, and she wouldn't come into the room. She looked scared. To further explain why it wouldn't happen to be anything else, my bathroom countertop had a round curb that went upwards, so something couldn't easily slide off. I'd also closed the vent in my bathroom because it would blow hot air into my hair products. After some time, I rented a bigger apartment in that complex. I went to the first one to clean the bathroom and was there by myself. A figure walked past the door. After moving into my second apartment, the realization that I was being followed by the spirit came to light. It knocked on my door, and without realizing it, I let it in. Thus, more things have happened, and now living in a townhouse. It still appears every so often. I've been a caver in Florida for about 13 years, since I was about 6, and I've been to a lot of caves. Never been afraid before this to go in one. When I was about 7 or 8 years old, I started having this recurring dream. I would have it at least twice a year. Always the same though, I would realize I was dreaming after the first few iterations. I would fall asleep and dream of being in a cave and going into this little hole in the bottom. Inside, I would see 10 to 15 long corridors about 2 to 4 feet high. At the end, it would always turn left, and I always saw a bent red sign at the end, like someone ripped off the top 2 feet and tossed it in. But I would always follow the corridor. I would turn and walk past the sign despite being scared, despite many times knowing what was there, and the corridor would start descending, quickly opening up into a large vertical chamber with the path leading down to a corkscrew. Everything became blurry at this point, but it was always the same. I saw trash scattered on the walls. I saw the pit leading down to a curved floor. I saw things undefined, animals or people or something else at the bottom. And I saw my family, each with one of the things, being tortured and killed every time, and I could never do anything. After I saw that, I would be stuck up for a few seconds until I felt, more than saw, everything turn and look at me. And I would wake up. Not like a normal dream where you just drift to consciousness, or a nightmare where you bolt up in fear, but like something pushed me out, like I wasn't supposed to be in there. So I have this dream multiple times a year, until I turned 15. My father decided to take us to some caves we'd never been to before, one of which was Dog Drop. It was likely named because someone either threw their pet in there or a coyote fell and the body was later discovered. Dog Drop had a roughly 30-foot rappel straight down to enter. I went down with my brothers while my father waited up at the top. There was a hole in the ground. I started to feel uneasy though. I don't know why. So I followed my brother into the hole. I felt worse as I moved down. And when I looked up, I saw the same corridor, the same turn, the same wall, the same bottles at the corner. And I instantly was hit with this overwhelming sense of nausea and fear and being watched, and everything was screaming at me to leave. I froze. I must have made some noises because my brother turned around and asked me what was wrong. I managed to say I wanted to leave now and climbed out as quickly as I could, followed immediately by my brother. We packed up and left, never have gone back and never will. Haven't told anybody what exactly happened, but said I wasn't feeling well and they forgot pretty quickly. The thing that makes it creepy for me is I've never had the dream again. Year after year, would have it consistently, but it just stopped after that. But I still remember it all, and I still feel afraid, almost an external fear when I think of it. I once had a dream. It was all white, and there was this weird low humming noise. I got the feeling I was being pulled backwards, like when a tide is strong, only instead of pushing, I was being pulled. I freaked out and woke up, just barely. And I thought, oh, it's just a dream. I'll see where it goes. So I gave in and let the force pull me back. As I got pulled back, I started seeing random images flashing in my mind. I can't remember anything I saw, other than that it was a mix of symbols and pictures. Also, as I was being pulled back, the humming got louder and louder. Eventually, it got so loud it started to scare me, so I fought back. I started walking forward, but the pull got stronger when I did. Every step was like I was wearing weights, while walking against the strongest tide ever. Right when I reached the end, I heard a deep guttural roar that I knew was evil. I woke up in a gasp, and at the foot of my bed was the shadow of a person. I stared at it for a second, then flung my blanket off to turn on my light. When I flung my blanket off, the shadow was gone. I immediately wrote down the only two symbols I could remember seeing. I'd never seen them before this day. Then the next day, I did research into satanic symbols, One of them was the Leviathan cross. However, I couldn't find the other symbol, so I figured I just saw the brimstone symbol somewhere and put it in the dream. That is, until last year, 8 years later, through random luck, I saw the symbol online and instantly recognized it. It was the Nordic symbol for wealth, except flipped. Okay, one more. The big awful one. This is the one that everybody is going to think is some bullshit, no sleep thing. And honestly, there's no reason to believe me. I can go on all day about who I am and my life and all that. I'm a 35-year-old martial artist who lives in the woods now with her partner and their cat. I like making pies. I like playing Overwatch and Zelda, and I fucking hate running, but I'm still trying to get back into it. But there's nothing I can say that makes any of these stories sound like they're as true as they are. I guess it just kind of makes me feel weird to talk about them and then hear people telling me how fake they are, even though if I read someone else talking about it, I'd probably read it to my boyfriend, shiver a bit, and then say, yeah, but there's no way that's true though. Nevertheless, I experienced it. All of this happened sometime around 2005 or 2006. I actually lived in this hell house for 3 years because the rent was practically non-existent and it was right on the main road in the Squirrel Hill neighborhood of Pittsburgh, convenient to everything. The house was 3 stories and a basement. On one side, it was more like 4 stories due to how hilly Pittsburgh is. The first floor was the entry room, living room, dining room, kitchen, and a half bathroom. The second floor was 3 bedrooms and a full bathroom. The third floor was the attic, a half-finished attic space, and a full but tiny bathroom. It had been a really nice house once. Now it was more or less decrepit. The ceiling in my roommate's room was rotting, the bathroom floors were awful, the pipes were definitely lead. If I drank the water from the tap, I would instantly throw up. Damnedest thing, water tasted very sweet. Didn't smell bad at all, but as soon as it hit my tongue, I'd have a midsection clench reaction and spit it right up again. Kinda just right for a college student, I guess. And I'd lived in a very shitty house most of my life, so I didn't mind it for the most part, but it meant that I didn't have people over a whole lot. I was finally making friends after being in a city for a year or so I decided that, fuck it, I'd have a party. We'd play D&D or something. I'd make food, everyone could bring whatever they wanted, and anyone was welcome to crash for the night. Most of my friends had never been to the house, but it was really easy to give directions to. The friend who I talked about in the first comment, Nicole, was probably the 6th or 7th person to arrive. She wasn't from Pittsburgh. She'd come for school, and aside for her roommates, she didn't have many friends yet. I was hoping she'd make some new ones at the party, but I knew I had to take it very carefully because she was very shy. I opened the door with a big smile. She raised her foot to come inside, stopped, stepped back, said, "Thank you very much for inviting me to your party. I have to go home now," and turned and walked away. I knew she had some social anxiety, and I felt bad. She must have seen the half-dozen strangers already getting a bit raucous about a Morrow Project game or something, and must have been a bit too much. I watched her go, then turned back to my guests. The party went very, very weirdly, but aside from the telescope mentioned in another comment, I don't think I was about to talk about it here, so I'll skip to the important part. This is the bit that sounds like bullshit. 2 days after the party, Nicole gets in contact with me, asks me to coffee, says we have to talk. I think, oh no, she's going to apologize for being awkward. I have to make her know that I don't mind and that she shouldn't be embarrassed. So we spend the first few minutes of our hangout trying to sort that out. Me clumsily trying to tell her that she's always welcome, but should never ever feel pressured. And did she see someone over my shoulder? That she knew or something? She held up one hand. I need to tell you about your basement, she said. She told me that the basement was 4 rooms connected to each other, with only one narrow window in the middle room. She told me that the drain didn't work. It didn't. A previously genuinely schizophrenic roommate had shoved a wine bottle down into it and then broke off the body, so the drain was sealed. And she told me about the 3 generations of broken washers and dryers sort of piled up against each other in the corner. She told me there's a stack of old Playboys just inside the door to the room full of bicycles. She told me who was on the front cover of the magazine on top of the pile. She spoke for 3 or 4 solid minutes about what you'd see if you walked downstairs, tugged the light string, and take a look around. She said, "Coom, I'm sorry, but I can never come to your house again. I've been dreaming about your basement since I was 6 years old, and in my dreams, something in it wants to kill me." My house is over 160 years old and listed as haunted. They have to declare it on the paperwork. Things happen all the time, but more like oddities or things that you have to go and figure a way out to explain. Nothing malicious. Objects get moved, plants overturned. No, I don't have cats. Footsteps, children singing, various hot spots throughout the house. The coolest one is the smell of smoke and burning hair. It happens in 2 distinct places in the house at the same time every year. It was a huge fire that ripped through the town over 100 years prior. Can even see the charred timbers in the attic. But the reason I thank you is I experienced something that no one else has ever described until you just typed it. The dark. There is a small attic on the 3rd floor. There's an opening in the ceiling of the bedroom leading to it. And directly above that, a few feet up, is another hatch that leads out to the Widow's Walk. One evening, I was in that bedroom and happened to be looking up into that space. Now I have very good eyesight and pretty good night vision. I typically walk through the house at night without turning on any of the lights. Residual glow from the street lamps, the moon, etc., is enough for me to get by. So I'm looking up into the attic, and I can see where the beams come together at the topmost hatch. And suddenly, from the bottom left corner, coming across in a straight line, is this blanket of impossible blackness. It moves from the bottom left to the upper right as if someone dragging a thick black sheet over the opening. Mind you, the opening I'm looking at into is only 8 feet from the floor, so only 2 feet over my head. Once covered, there was no detail. Nothing. Only perfect inky blackness, devoid of all light. My friend was with me standing at the doorway, and I hear his words. "What just happened?" He saw me turn 3 shades whiter. "I need to go," I said, and scooted out that room with a quickness. To this day, I have not looked up into that space again. Not in the evening. Chilled me to the core. Late to the party, but why not, right? When I was in my very early 20s, around 2004 or 2005, I went out in some woods near my house. One evening, along with my best friend Max, our buddy Jim, and all 3 of our girlfriends around this time of year, late fall and early winter, there had always been rumors back in school about those woods being haunted. by people who were murdered decades ago. Back before, the town we lived in exploded in population, but none of us put any stock in it since it was right next to a family park and elementary school. There was a small gravel path that cut through the edge of the woods, crossing a creek and connecting a neighborhood to the park and school. But there was a rough path you could find, not far off a bend in the gravel path, and that is where we were going. We got off on this rough, slightly muddy path, and after a few minutes of walking, we arrive at a small clearing with a pit dug for a fire, and that we've all hung out many times before. It was a clearing that many people used, and nobody really knew who first made the fire pit. It was just a good spot. My best friend Max started looking for any wood dry enough for a fire, and our buddy Jim takes the opportunity to let his dog off his leash so we can run around the woods. We get the fire started just in time for dusk and notice that Max, the dog, won't go near the fire, which is odd. He usually loved to cozy up next to warmth. Instead, he's just looking at it and letting out little whines occasionally. We're getting to the point where we're going to need to find some more suitable wood if we want to keep the fire going, when some dead, damp leaves that were stuck in the branches above us fell directly into the fire pit, smothering what was left of the fire we'd been putting off rekindling. We get up from where we were sitting all around the pit so we can clear it out and go fetch more wood. But before we can even get a couple steps, we all ended up stopping, as if something had caught everyone's attention at once. The feeling that hit me, that I later learned hit all of us, was what I can only describe as pure, raw terror. With a word, all of us suddenly bolted from the clearing, back towards the gravel path. We didn't bother to grab anything on our way. Jim and his girlfriend were the closest to where we had came in, followed by Max and his girlfriend, with my girlfriend and I at the back. We didn't stop until we cleared the entirety of the woods, including the gravel path back to Jim's place in the nearby neighborhood. None of us could explain what had terrified all of us at once. None of us had heard or seen anything. Those of us towards the back, as we had ran, Max, my girlfriend, and I all noticed pain along our arms and backs. When we took off our coats, we found we all had long marks over our sides and backs that looked like scratches, despite not having had them before going out, and none of us having so much as fallen as we ran out. Other than the next morning, when we went back out to get the stuff we left behind, none of us have been back out there since. I've known several people since who've said that being near those woods for any length of time unnerves them, like there's something wrong about the place. I'm not one to argue after what happened with my friends and I. There's a bridge near where I grew up in bumfuck Tennessee that is notorious for screaming at people at night. The screams aren't audible to the houses nearby, and supposedly you have to sit on the actual bridge to hear it at all. Though I personally haven't tested it out or anything. The common explanation is that it's a bobcat that lives under the bridge. But people have checked with dogs and such and never find signs of any. Well, some friends of myself had heard this story for years, all growing up, but never tested it. So one night, after a few beers, we get up the notion that we're going to go test the thing. So 5 drunk guys pile into a beat-up car, and we drive down and park on the bridge. This is 1:30 a.m., and it's dead silent out. We sat there for a good 45 minutes, and nothing happened. We had the windows down, and had started debating whether or not it was all bullshit when the scream happened. We had the lights off, and there was a moon, so you could see pretty well, and there for sure wasn't anything outside the car, but it was fucking loud, and it sounded like a woman with particularly powerful lungs having her skin ripped off right outside the window, rear passenger side that I faced off the edge of the bridge. Now, I've heard bobcats in heat while hunting, and they do sound like scream, 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 scream kind of thing. It's hard to describe, but they do it in little repeated bursts. This was a good 3 or 4 seconds. Extended scream at an incredible volume. We tore out of there like a demon was chasing us. A couple of miles down the road, we finally stopped and actually processed what happened. My adrenaline was going so badly, and I was so scared that I was shaking uncontrollably. One of my friends had actually pissed himself, which I'd never seen anybody actually do. One friend immediately left the car and vomited, to give what I think was a good frame of reference to how actually terrifying this was. My friend whose car we were in wasn't even mad at the friend that pissed all over his seat. It was insane. To that day, I have no explanation for it. I had just moved to Colorado and was talking to my long-distance boyfriend on the phone. The second I ended the call, my speakers blasted a cacophonous, unearthly rhythm that affected my heart somehow. Along with the sound came a resolute feeling that I was going to die. It was insane. I was like, I just knew I was going to die. Within a few seconds of the static beat ending, my phone rang again. It was my boyfriend. I know this is going to sound strange, but when I hung up, I felt as though I needed to pray for you. Are you okay? I told him about the static beat from my speaker that affected my heart's rhythm, that I was scared for my life, and I knew logically that I'd no reason to be. We prayed over the phone. I made sure my speakers were off. They had been before. I double-checked windows. The doors were locked with him on the line, and eventually, I ended the call. Same thing happened. The same strange, otherworldly noise came through my speakers. Once the call disconnected, it was this kind of static, but there's really no words to describe it. My heart started missing beats, then galloping, then missing again. I was having a hard time breathing. That's when I caught the reflection in the mirror across the hall. I could see myself sitting on my bed, and I could see the other side of the doorway in the hall. I saw this thing like hulking around the corner, trying to sneak into my room. I want to say its edges were made of smoke, but that's not right. It was like looking into a hole in reality. The edges were blurred, malformed, constantly changing like some element I've never seen. Anyway, it sensed that I could see it or something. It looked at me through the reflection in the mirror. They said it's impossible for a human being to imagine nothing. We have to imagine darkness or space or time or something. We don't know what nothing is, but holy shit, did I see nothing for the first time looking into this thing's eyes. Nothing has no descriptive words other than nothing. If I had to choose a color it looked like, I would say white or clear, but it's not right. Anyway, I don't think I was supposed to see this thing. It fled down the hallway with a blast of static releasing through my speakers. Afterward, my eyes immediately landed on this foreign writing decoration I'd bought that day. It was supposed to say live, love, laugh in a foreign language I can't read. I tore it off my wall and threw it out my window. Kind of a pain to unlock the window and move the screen in my rush. The feeling that I was going to die was immediately lifted. I got that crap out of my backyard the next day and tossed it. I've never experienced anything so powerful as that since, but I have had a lot of minor experiences since then. I don't mess with Ouija boards or open those kind of doors. Those doors are meant to stay firmly shut. So this experience took place around July 2016. It was a weekend, I remember. Surprisingly, I woke up really early in the morning, around 6, and I felt the urge to urinate. As quickly as I got up, and still half asleep, I went my way to the bathroom, which is located right beside my father's room. At that time, my parents used to sleep in separate rooms. This is important. To my surprise, my father was standing at the bathroom door, knocking and calling my mother's name, Norma. Me. What's going on? Father. Your mother is inside, crying. He keeps knocking. Norma, what's going on? Are you okay? Why are you crying? I could hear my mother sobbing inside. And at first, I thought she was just crying over my grandpa, her father, as he passed away from a heart attack a few months ago. Me. Okay. Just let her cry, and once she feels better, she'll get out and we'll talk with her and see what's going on. My dad said, okay, but he insisted and kept knocking. And since I really needed to pee, I decided to go to the laundry room bathroom, which is in the back of our house. To get into the backyard, you have to walk through the hallway, and you will walk right beside the little top bathroom windows. As I was walking past the bathroom windows, I could hear my mother sobbing. After I did my business in the bathroom, it took me less than 3 minutes. I was walking back to the house, and when I walked past the bathroom window, I couldn't hear my mother sobbing anymore. I thought that she was feeling better, and then we'd be able to talk to her and comfort her. As I got into the hallway, my mom got out of her room. Mother, still half asleep, eyes barely open, and hair still messed up. What's going on? Why are you doing so much noise? I look at my father and he was pale as a freaking rock. He couldn't say anything, but I could tell that he was really scared. I've never seen him like that before in my life. Promptly, I reacted. Nothing, Ma. We were just discussing something. Go back to bed. My mom. Okay. She gets into her bedroom and closes the door. My father opens the bathroom and it was empty. We both knew what was going on and agreed to never tell anything about this. I've experienced some pretty fucked up shit in the house since I was a kid. Been living there for more than 20 years. My roommate and I are convinced we have a third roommate now. We lived in another apartment that had really thin walls and floors, but our current place is nice. The only time I've heard our neighbors is when the kid above jumps up and down so his full weight slams down. The first occurrence we remember was when my roommate told me she'd been watching TV in her room when she heard me yell something down the hallway. She figured the dog had gotten into trouble or something. But then she heard me call her name. Thinking I needed help, she walked down the hall to my room, just to find my dog asleep on the bed. I'd been gone for a few hours running errands, and she had no idea I wasn't home. My own experience happened one evening after making dinner. I was eating in my room, watching TV, when I heard the front door close, a couple of footsteps, and then my roommate's bedroom door creak open and close. I walked over to see if she wanted some dinner, but her bedroom door was open and she was gone. I sent her a quick text, asking if she had come home, and then left really quick. She said she had still been at work and wouldn't be home for more than an hour. Lastly, my little sister had slept over, and while I was finished up at work, I work from home, she went to watch TV on the living room couch. She suddenly came back into my room, blanket wrapped around her, and a frightened look on her face. She'd been lying on the couch playing games on her phone when someone pushed a corner of the couch. I'd shrugged it off, thinking she probably fell asleep and her body jerked or twitched, right? But when I looked at the couch with her, you could see a mark on the carpet where the corner of it had been when she felt it. This was an old, heavy couch. It takes a lot to move it around. Unfortunately, our third roommate doesn't help pay rent. When we first moved to this place, I was a child, and my parents worked around 80 hours a week. I'm not joking. They would literally put in 80-hour work weeks. First-time business owners. So more often than not after school, I'd be left on my own devices, as my older sister would leave me and go with her friends. I, being the sociable person I was, would spend my time at the town library until it closed in the summers. I would spend the whole day there. Now, this small town didn't have too many academics in it, and to be honest, the library was as good as it could be with the little funding it received. So I spent a lot of time with the librarians and listening to their stories. One of the librarians was actually a historian, and she would tell me stories of the Native Americans and pioneers in the area. One story that particularly stuck with me was how the pioneers, who were out here making their fortune, would bury their money instead of going to a bank. This leads to my obsession with buried treasure being somewhere in my parents' property. Now, my parents also joke around that the previous owner, the bachelor who sold us the place, not the man who died while building it, had buried his fortune out in the property. I realize now that they weren't serious, but I was bored and young and imaginative. So one day, I draw myself a treasure map with details from the property. Took a shovel, my favorite stuffed toy, and headed out on a search for treasure. Now, our property was fairly big, not as big as the other farms and homesteads in the area, but large enough for a child to get lost on. So I decided that the point I would always come back would be the big, old tree in the woods. From there, I could always find my way home. I'd never climbed that tree before because it was very wide, with poor foot and hand holes. It was also one of the tallest trees on the property. So I spend a few hours climbing some short trees and digging holes. Eventually, I get bored and decide to take a nap under the tree with my stuffed toy. When I wake up, it is now well into the evening and the sky is starting to darken. In my sleepy state, I panic. Where's home? Where's home? I'm going to die and starve. I'll get eaten by coyotes. Climb the tree for a better view, I thought. So I put down my toy and try to climb, grabbing the knots and burls I could. I get high enough I can see the top of my house over the tree line. I felt the need to climb a little higher. I look up and I see a hole in the tree. I'm too scared to climb any higher as I reach as far as I can into the hole. I grab something. I lose my grip on the tree. I fall. I wake up in my house with the fear of heights, my stuffed toy, and a clay spinning top in my pocket that I got from the tree. Okay, now that I've typed out this story, it seems that it's only spooky to me because I was lost at the time and alone. I have ones that are actually paranormal-ish, but now that I'm slightly more reasonable and adult, I realize some of these things may have been pranks or younger me with an overactive imagination. So I work at an air museum part-time, more of a fun job than anything else. The museum itself has a lot of historical artifacts, aircraft that have seen action, uniforms from deceased, and personal artifacts that were near and dear to the people's hearts. The museum itself had been used as an event center. We've had funerals and celebrations of life. This is pretty common with pilots, as there's been a sort of curse at the airfield, where famous pilots tend to not live long. We refer to it as the Smith curse, as a famous female pilot who died in a racing crash and was horribly mistreated by her male associates. Anyways, we've had 5 pilots killed in air crashes within 10 years, and the museum held their funerals and still have their aircraft. So there's a lot of negative energy around the museum, but it's still a happy place. My boss often reports that she hears voices when she's the only one there. There are a few lights that inexplicably turn on. Things seem to move around the museum as though ground crews or pilots are still working on the planes. And we always see shadow figures darting next to the planes and exhibits. One night, I was helping to clean up after an event, which meant cleaning the back bathrooms. So I grab my equipment and go to the other side of the hangar to clean. The only people in the building at the time were my event coordinator and an older male employee. As I was cleaning, though, I heard someone call my name, loud and clear. "J-Mock, can you come here?" So I put down my supplies and walk out of the bathroom to report to absolutely no one. It's a big hangar and was cleared out completely, so I should have seen the person who called my name. The voice sounded like an older male, mid-60s. So, thinking this was my male employee playing a trick on me, I go over and ask what's up and what he needed. He straight up tells me he did not call my name, and the event coordinator agreed, as they were outside helping the band leave the parking lot. I immediately looked over into the bathrooms I just came from, and I see a shadow run into the bathroom, and the lights on that side of the hangar completely shut off for a solid 10 seconds. I will swear to this day that that museum is haunted. Only really weird thing that happened to me in EMI nursing home was I'm this one room that was tried to keep for the palliative care patients near the nurses' station. We had an old boy who passed away. He had dementia, and whilst with us, he was very resistant to personal care. He was a big guy and doubly incontinent, so we would unfortunately have to support best we could to meet his needs. He would yell at us the whole time, "Bugger off, bugger off," during any personal care we gave him. Sadly, he passed away and the room remained empty for a few months. I recall I went in after the previous shift had laid him out, waiting for the coroner, and complained massively that no one had opened the window and let the spirit out. A superstition you will find in a lot of homes. Weeks later, we had a new lady come in who was quite demanding, so we moved her closer to the nursing station in the palliative care room, because she was like a ninja with a frame and would zip off and hit other residents. We put her in the old boy's room, who she never knew about. And with it being a good 5 months since Ken had left and losing others in between, no one really mentioned him anymore. In her new room, she became instantly hostile, shouting, "Get him out! Get out! Get out!" This isn't unusual for advanced dementia, for people to have visual hallucinations. But we did ask her who she wanted to get out. She said, "That big man sitting in the corner. He keeps telling me to bugger off. You bugger off out of my room." And she continued to have an argument with the guy who wasn't there, who kept telling her to bugger off. It took us all back a bit, but kept reassuring her that no one was there. After a week, she would not settle, and we had to move her to a different room, where she was then fine. I've done hunts at other locations than this, and I've lived in one pretty fucked up place that kind of cemented the idea that ghosts exist, and there's probably an afterlife. I'll just keep to the stories about the same location and explain that really weird apartment. Some miscellaneous stories. 1. This was at a cemetery. Had a friend that was one of those big deal tough guy types. He took a few pictures on his very new at the time smartphone. Out the window, while we were there one night, he went through his camera roll to find a ghostly white face looking into the window of the car in the back seat he was sitting at. I only saw it once. The asshole deleted it because he was scared. 2. Cemetery again. Moonlit night, heard voices that weren't ours coming from across the cemetery. I couldn't make out what was being said, but I felt that it was someone talking about us. I scanned the horizon, and then I saw it. In an open area next to some larger, older-style pillar headstones were several shadow-like figures, about 50 yards away or so. There was about 5 or so. The sounds of talking seemed to come from them. We left after that. 3. There are a ton of what people call shadow people at the cemetery. I don't know what else to call it, and I don't like taking things at face value, especially something like this. But yeah, you would see shapes darker than the ambient light dart between trees. Heads peek out from behind things. Once a friend wanted to go into the cemetery just to experience something again. He had developed a bit of a fear and he wanted to face it, partially because of our ghost hunts, partially because of his house. It also had some weird things going on. In the headlights of the car, as we were getting set up, we saw a dark, featureless head poke around and peek out from behind. Funnily enough, an outhouse. We all saw it. He started having a full-blown panic attack. We just left. Last. Had an apartment, first 2 years of college, that was just wrong. It was, ironically enough, next to a massive cemetery. In the same state, but a much different city. That place would go through phases. It would be really quiet, and then it would be exploding with activity. Things would go missing. You'd feel like you were being watched, shadow people again. The most interesting thing that happened was one time I drove back up during Christmas break to pick up some things I'd left there. A friend and I get there, and the place is just freezing fucking cold. Like, heater was on and everything. You couldn't get warm. The place had 4 bedrooms. All the lights were on, in every single room, which we had turned everything off. Doors were locked, and I was the last one to leave a couple days earlier. Even weirder, one of the roommates in my friend's room had his computer on for some reason. It was playing. Fucking Shrek 2 of all things. I decided, fuck this, I'm leaving. So I grabbed what I came to get, and my friend needed to use the bathroom first. I locked everything up and made sure it was all okay before leaving, and he comes out of the bathroom, white as a sheet. He asked me if I said anything, and I just looked at him. He said while he was peeing, he heard something talk from his right side, which is where the bathtub was. There was other things that happened there. And I could talk more, but that incident was emblematic of the place. We complained to the landlord, and she told us basically quit being a candy ass, and that others had reported similar things. But nothing had ever hurt anyone. Final tidbit. I think that there were 2 things in the apartment. One was female, the other male. I don't know why, but that was the impression that I got. And a roommate and friend overheard 2 voices talking in the living room in the middle of the night, male and female. I actually grew up in a cemetery. That usually throws people off when I say that, but I was the grandson of the local sexton of the cemetery. I won't say where, because frankly, I don't want people to go there. I will say that it's built into the side of a butte. that is somewhere in the mountain west of the US. As a kid, I didn't experience a whole lot. My grandpa claimed that occasionally, when I was at the playpen and he was working on a grave, I would talk to someone. At around 2 or 3 years old, my grandpa claims to have seen some stuff, but he was always vague. I think he thought it was just for him to have seen. As a teen, I got interested in those serious questions, like what happens if we die, and what happens to the soul if we have one. Being a teenager on the edge of being a full-blown atheist, whose only exposure to spirituality was the spiritual death that is the Mormon Church, I had some things I wanted to know, so I took a few friends and hung out at this massive cemetery I grew up in the middle of nowhere, trying to talk to dead people. I still work there on occasion during the summer with Granddad. These experiences take place from around 2006 to 2012. One night, I was in a section with a couple of other people. Towards the front entrance, this section is where they bury children, kids younger than 10. The plots are smaller. I just had a feeling, so we stayed. After a few minutes, I heard the sounds of kids' feet running through the grass and kids giggling, as if they were playing. I then felt something touch my hand, like something grabbing my pointer finger and holding it. I saw what looked like the shadow of a person standing next to a big tree. It was shifting back and forth on its feet, and it looked like a man. My friend spotted it and asked it to come closer. It did. All of a sudden, loud footsteps were upon us, and in a panic, we booked it out of there as fast as possible. There's quite a few more that I can talk about, but that's just a few. Anyway, I don't really give a shit if someone believes me or not. I'm not much of an atheist these days. I have several stories from when I worked as a mortuary transport tech. The job was basically transporting the deceased from where they were to where they needed to go. Turns out, dead people can have a lot of appointments. One time, though, I had an experience I'd never forgotten. I was dropping someone off at the science donation place. This is when you donate your body to science, and they take it from there. So, I wheeled in the deceased, unlocked the freezer, and did all my stuff I had to do in there. Placed him on the board, got the lift out, placed him on the shelf. The interesting thing about the freezer was that most everything, once it's processed, was wrapped in this blue tape type thing. And you could definitely tell what was inside. Legs, hands, feet. Kind of interesting to me at the time. Anyway, I shut the freezer and locked it back up and started wheeling the gurney back over to the garage door. The science drop-off and processing area was a big L shape, with the freezer off to the larger long portion, and then you turn the corner and there's desks and filing cabinets and whatnot. I about had a heart attack as I turned the corner, and there's just this guy standing there examining the files in the file cabinet. Looked just like you or me, dressed modernly, but out of place for what people normally wear back then. I stopped and said that he'd have to forgive me, but he almost gave me a heart attack. It didn't look like he'd heard me at all, or even knew I was there. I should mention that this was also at about 1 a.m., and I'd never seen anyone at that place this late. So I said, "Well, sorry if I startled you or anything," and went on about finishing up my stuff. Got the gurney back in the van, closed and locked the large garage door from the inside. All the while, this guy's just standing there, staring at an open file in front of him, not paying any attention to me. I had used the bathroom, so I told him that's where I'd be going and I'd be right back. Again, no response. I thought maybe he's deaf and he can't hear me. So I went to the bathroom and came back to the garage, and the guy's gone, but the filing cabinet is still open. I didn't know where he went, and I hadn't heard anyone walk down the hallway past the bathroom. I checked and made sure everything I was responsible for was still locked, and it was. So I just announced that I was going to be leaving and locking up and set the alarm. No response. And that's what I did. And left. I'm not sure who he was, or is, or what happened, but it was definitely an odd experience, and one I still remember perfectly. I have a few other memories about my time at the job, if anyone else wants to hear. Nothing like what happened above, though. I worked this job for a few months, and one night I was working was Christmas Eve. I was pulling into one of the larger drop-off locations, with several large garage doors and lanes for vehicles in the building. I drove to the far left one, as it was, again, super late at night, and I was the only person there in the building. I parked the van, get out, and go open the back door to remove the body on the gurney, when I hear someone humming, very faintly, very far away. It was all echoey, and my blood just felt like it drained from my body. I listened, trying to get a sense of where the sound was coming from, but it stopped. So I was like, all right, that was weird. I unload the body, get inside, and process the intake at the front desk. Finish up my paperwork and head back out into the van. When I get into the garage, and there it is again, the humming. I actually did say out loud, "What is that?" But there was no answer, and the humming kept going on. I stopped and listened again. I could get a sense of where it was coming from, so I started to walk in that direction. Turns out, someone left a CD player running, and someone softly singing Christmas carols. Almost needed a new pair of pants that night. I was more scared of the CD player than the guy in the Science Donation Center. Third story. This is my first Buddhist funeral and pickup/drop-off. Buddhists have a belief that there's a prayer that is said over the deceased. I think it's called the Sukhavati or something like that. Maybe some Buddhist reading can help me out, and on my pronunciation. Well, some enterprising individual made a machine that says this prayer and travels with the deceased. I believe it's thought that the more it's said, the better the chances someone has in the afterlife, or something along those lines. Anyway, I picked up the deceased, and they have that machine playing, riding along with the two of us in the van. I make sure it's secure and drop off the deceased at the intake facility. In the morning, I go to pick them up, and I take them to the funeral. Now, I'm sure you're well aware of what happens to batteries when they get cold. They start to not work as well. And the deceased is kept in the freezer at these facilities, so all night the batteries in the machine were getting more and more run down, and it was still working. I open the door to the freezer, and out comes this long, slow, deep, almost demonic-sounding voice, reciting the Buddhist prayer. The machine's batteries were running so low due to the cold that it was causing the machine to not work properly. Again. I was about to change my pants. It was a beautiful service, though. I stayed, as that's their tradition, and helped with transporting the deceased up the stairs, helping the family move them about during service, and taking them back down the stairs and back into the van. All in my black suit, without shoes. The Buddhists take much more active role in caring for their deceased or loved ones. It made me really start to think about the lessons we can learn from others. Overall, the whole job really made me reevaluate my life in numerous ways. What do I want people to say about me when I die? What stories will they tell? Will people even show up? I don't know the answer to those questions, and I probably never will. But it really awoke something in me, and I live in fear now of gratitude and love for myself as well as for others. I work in a cardiac ICU. We have quite a lot of death around here. That being said, we have one patient that comes to mind. I'll call him Greg G, a fake name. Greg was on the unit for months. He fought very hard to stay alive every day, and to his credit, he was getting better for a good space of time. Greg was fairly old, late 70s or early 80s. The thing is, he initially looked very young and acted very hip. He became a meme around the unit, and everyone loved him because he was an old white dude who loved rap, Tupac and Biggie, and would throw gang signs sarcastically as a nonverbal cue that he was feeling okay. He had a trach, so he couldn't talk. He also had his family bring mood lights into his room that synced with his music. I kid you not, his room was playing rap and rave mode sometimes. We called him DJ Greggy G, and he loved it. Unfortunately, he took a turn for the worse. His condition deteriorated rapidly, and ultimately he died. We were devastated as a unit. His family let us keep his mood lights, and to this day, we keep them plugged in at the nurse's station. However, one day the mood lights turned off. We were saddened. Nobody could get them working, but then they turned on. We were happy, and they started flashing super irrationally. Then we heard the patient that was in Greg's old room start screaming. We went in to check on her. She was a confused old lady who would say some pretty wild things, but this one was weird. She said that she was watching the flashing lights in the hall. She could see them from her room, to be fair. Then she said she saw a silhouette of a man casted into the wall from the lights. Then she started spastically yelling, "Tell Greg to leave. It's not his room anymore. Tell Greg to go." There's no way she knew this was Greg's room. And with her memory being the way it was, there's also no way she would remember even if she did get told. Kinda spooky. I have one from back when I was an LNA for an assisted living facility. It was 100% a nursing home, but they couldn't meet staffing regulations, so they called themselves a facility instead. The nursing home I worked at was exclusive to folks with dementia. I'm not gonna lie, working there was the most challenging job of my life. I was there for 4 years, and I tell people I'm battle-hardened for it. The place was also high-end. It was mostly for rich people who got dementia and need to live in a home. In other words, they pay top dollar to be there. The staff sees none of it. The staff is still expected to bring the highest quality of care, though. Now you see why they couldn't keep any staff. The facility also had a very progressive take on dementia care. The whole building was designed to allow residents to wander, rearrange things, and just generally act super confused in a safe environment. We tried our best not to tell them no. Instead, we just helped them do what they were doing safely, even if it does mean flipping a few sets of furniture upside down, the way they are meant to be. If someone was acting unsafe and we needed a hand, we were given walkie-talkies so we could communicate through the building. The walkies were essential because we had this one lady, I'll name her Joy for the story, who was the queen of troublemakers. Joy was nonverbal and could only kind of mutter out words. She seemed like she was forgetting what she was saying halfway through the word and would kind of start mumbling it out instead. The thing with Joy was she was on a mission and would walk in loops around the facility for like 12 hours a day. Thinking of the miles this lady must have walked bewilders me. I think she always tried to find the exits, which were semi-hidden as well as they could be while still being code compliant, and they also required a code to open or they would start alarming. We all liked Joy. She was cute and harmless, but the other residents hated her because she always found her way into places she shouldn't be. And then she would turn said place upside down. This resulted in many people having their rooms ransacked. They would yell at her to go away, but Joy would just continue on her merry path, leaving behind a trail of destruction. The facility was also a hospice. This is where the story gets kind of bittersweet. It sounds like a bad idea, but the facility had some double rooms. Joy shared her room with another lady, Gloria, who knew Joy before they both got dementia. Even though Joy would trash their room, Gloria was happy to be living there with a friend. What was clear was that Joy remembered Gloria too, and she would always greet Gloria with the same excitement of seeing an old friend every time they crossed paths. Joy would also say a long drawn-out, "Hi." It was very heartwarming to watch every time. Unfortunately, Gloria started getting sick and we had to move her to a private hospice room. They put her on morphine and she peacefully passed soon after. After Gloria died, there was a pretty long pause in deaths at the facility. Her room she died in remained empty for quite a while. We did notice, however, that Joy seemed to be searching around the facility harder than ever. She would say short words that would seem to indicate she was looking for Gloria. Now for the spooks. It was about 10 p.m. I had 1 hour left to my shift. My coworker and I finished all our tasks, and the only thing left to do was to head count. We had 18 residents. We found 17. Joy was missing. Again. We weren't worried about it at all. Joy always is the last person to be found. We looked on all the units, and she was still nowhere. The only place left to look was the hospice area, but since it was empty, the doors were theoretically locked. Of course, they weren't. Joy had somehow opened the door. As we started walking down the hall, my coworker called out, "Joy, where'd you go?" Then a call light above Gloria's room went off. Joy must be playing with the remote. We went over to the room. The door was locked. All right. We unlocked the door and the lights were off. It was pitch black and devoid of furniture. They put everything in storage when the room isn't used. Then in the darkness, I saw two beady eyes on the ground. This is the part I can't explain. I felt this super cool breeze come through me. Kind of like when you jump into a cold pool. I got shivers from it, followed by this looming feeling that someone else was hiding in the room. Then we hear Joy say, "Hi." We get the lights on. Joy is sitting in the middle of the floor. Here's the thing. The call bell was taken out of the room with the bed. The only other bed was in the bathroom. Joy was stuck in the middle of the floor. She can't get up on her own. My theory is that Gloria called us in to help Joy up, and Joy finally found Gloria and got to say one last hi to her on that night. I haven't worked in hospitals or morgues, but my mom was once dating a guy, and we had moved into his mother's house. It was huge. Well, at one point, the grandma, her name is Carla, fell and broke her hip. Her health declined fast, and after that, she died near Halloween time. When we had just finished carving our pumpkins with my mom's boyfriend's kids, I walked out of the kitchen and looked down the hall, where stairs lead to the back door and basement area. I swear to God, I saw Carla walking down the hall, and eventually the stairs, and she was wearing a white dress. She turned the corner and went down the basement stairs, and when I went to go check, there was no one down there. I told my mom and her boyfriend, and they both went pale because the dress I described was her wedding dress from her first husband. I still vividly remember the shit to this day, and it's been almost 10 years. After she had died, I wasn't ever able to get this odd feeling of being watched. Every time I entered the library, since Carla had died in that room. Another funny story. Same house. My mom's friend, we'll call her Bailey, was over, and she brought her little kids who were around 5 or 6 years old. Anyways, we're all playing a card game in the living room, and one of the kids, the girl, started screaming and pointing at the library room. She said she saw a face in there. Yeah, we were definitely creeped out the rest of the night. Last story at the same house. Before Carla died, I was upstairs in my room playing a computer game. All of a sudden, I felt drops of liquid dropping on my arm and hair. A portion of my hair got soaked with the liquid. I looked up at the ceiling and there was no wet spots or any sign of where the liquid could be coming from. I ran downstairs and told my mom about the liquid coming from the ceiling. By the time I got to her, which was a minute later, my arm was dry and my hair had dried. There's only the slightest hint of dampness left at the ends of the small spot in my hair. My mom didn't believe me, because I wasn't wet. It seriously spooked me. I have no idea what the fuck that liquid was, how it dried in a minute's time. Never felt comfy in my room again. This isn't from working in the field, but from my own brother dying. I'll be 25 soon. When I turned 22, I was having a very, very, very horrible time. I was in a marriage that was burning me mentally, emotionally, and physically. My health was completely in the toilet, and I was in the end out of ERs. I had just moved 4,000 miles, had an insane amount of debt due to said marriage, was trying to buy a house, and found out I was going to have to completely start my degree over 3 years into it. So needless to say, I was overwhelmed. It was a dark time for me. I was more stuck than I'd ever been in my life. I spent every day for months on end crying myself to sleep and trying to make plans on how to get out of my marriage with my mom and her best friend. Nothing was plausible. It was horrible. One night in particular, as per usual, I was crying myself to sleep. It was an ugly cry, the kind where your pillow is soaked with snot and water, but you don't even know which is which anymore. My ex-husband had a field op, and I was so desperate to get away, but happy to be by myself. Even when he was gone, he made me feel like absolute garbage every day. I really didn't have an out. And boy, when I tell you, my head was spinning. I was thinking things no one should. And I'm happy for my faith, my family, because none of those thoughts ever came to fruition. When I fell asleep that night, June 25th, 2020, the day before my 23rd birthday, I had such a different dream. I dreamed about my birthday party, and it was great. My family was there, as they always are, but my family only loves you when it's convenient, except my mom. So I wasn't happy. I knew everyone was there just because of my recent health scare, not because they loved me. and it just fed into my sadness. But then my childhood dog, I got him after my brother died in 2004, and he passed in 2017, came running around one of the tables. It was the happiest I'd been since 2017 when I got with my ex. I was so overwhelmingly happy that I cried when I saw him. I felt his fur and hugged him like I always did. That giant mutt was my absolute rock and center of my world for my entire life. He walked away and disappeared, and I was even more sad than I had been before. When I stood up, there was someone at the party that I didn't know. He was 21 and looked a lot like a cousin from my dad's side. It was all my mom's side at the party, though, so that was more confusing. I was crying and just wanted the day to be over. And he walked up and hugged me. And that's when I knew who it was. It was my brother. He said, "Happy birthday, Haley. I love you. I miss you. And everything is going to be okay." I woke up absolutely sobbing. It was my brother, but in the age he should have been. Exactly what he would have looked like. How did my brain do that? It bothered me since. I told my mom about it, and she believes me, and wished it would happen to her. It's never happened again, and I wish it would. It made me think about him all the time, and how different my life would have been if the doctors hadn't killed him. We would have been so close. It's just this weird hole I can't fill, so sometimes I just sit here and wish I had that brother. I think things would have been exponentially better. I know what our dynamic would have been, and I wish so badly it could have happened. Essentially, lately, I just think a lot about how badly I wish my brother was alive. I don't work in healthcare, but my mom and several other relatives do. Not counting my mom, the other doctors in my family are really skeptical people. When my grandfather died from cancer and black lung in the 90s, nearly all of my family members swore they saw him walking down the hallway in his usual clothes, not in a hospital gown, and around the corner. My uncle was the only one that followed and caught up in time to see the elevator doors close. The elevator was across from the nurse's station, so he walked over to them to see if he could see anything, but said no and asked what he saw. He just said that he thought a man walked into the elevator as the doors had just closed. But they kind of laughed and said, "Oh, honey, those elevators are messed up. They do that all the time on their own." For the next 20-ish years, most of my family have had encounters with my grandfather. My mom's house would frequently fill with unbearable smell of cigarettes. Nobody in my house smoked, and there were only 3 of us, and we lived in a very remote area with no close neighbors. My grandfather smoked, of course, so we always assumed it was him hanging around the house. My other family members would also strongly smell other things associated with them. Baking bread, celery fennel, and other ingredients he would make sausages with, the wine, the smell of the cellar he would make it in. There was never an explanation of those smells every time it would happen. My cousin, when he was super young, would also claim that my grandfather would stop by and talk to him. He would occasionally introduce him to other family members that he had long since passed away, before we were even born. He knew of a great uncle that had been killed at sea during World War II. He knew so much about him that only my older relatives could verify, like that he played guitar in Chicago. Oddly enough, I found a wooden guitar while cleaning out my grandmother's house a few summers ago, and it had been manufactured in Chicago. My cousin also talked about how funny this uncle was, and we caught him dying laughing by himself on more than one occasion. When asked what was so funny, he would just say that Uncle's name is just being silly. The only thing that I ever really knew about this relative was that he was the funny one of the family. They all had a great sense of humor, but apparently this uncle was on another level. It really broke the family when they received word that he was killed. He was buried at sea, so they never even got to properly say goodbye to him. When my grandmother passed away in 2018, all of the encounters with my grandfather just stopped for everyone. It was pretty sad. Some of them found comfort in thinking he was still hanging around. Him and my grandmother have been married since they were teenagers. I think he was definitely waiting on her before he moved on. There haven't been any unexplainable stories shared since 2018. It almost feels like we really lost everyone back then. But there's an enormous comfort in knowing that they all moved on with each other. So we did security, and on our rounds, we could access the basement of the old section of the hospital, which was built in the 1930s. So you can imagine, it was really old and decrepit. We did graveyard shift, so there was hardly ever anyone down there. I never saw anything, but it could be eerie at times. Whenever we had to go to do a morgue assist, the funeral home would pick up the body, and that would be wheeled through a part of the basement and then into the driveway. This was obviously so families and visitors would not see the dead body being wheeled out the front door. The basement used to be the surgery area, but the surgery area was relocated to a newer part of the hospital, so the basement was primarily used for storage. The entire basement and all entrances could only be accessed via scanning an employee badge onto the fob system, and the part of the basement where surgeries were performed needed the badge and also an extra number code to get in. Otherwise, the doors would remain locked, even with the employee badge. The surgery section of the basement had a lot of corridors and dead ends, with empty hospital beds, chairs, and boxes. Along with the white floor and walls, the area showed its age with the black stains and rust from where medical equipment used to be. So my supervisor gets a phone call on the security phone one night. It was from one of the phones within the hospital. When he answers, an old raspy voice that sounds like a sickly, elderly woman asks him for help and says she's lost in the basement. He said the sound was full of static, and you heard what sounded like beeping in the background. Kind of like beeping of noises you might hear in an ER, mind you. There's no way any sort of visitor or patient could wander down there without an employee badge, scanning them through the door as well as the door access code. Which, they find nothing. They did end up hearing people and beeping again, but it was in one of the empty rooms with nothing but boxes inside. P.S. I also used one of the elevators in that surgery area one time with another guard. We were going up different floors of the hospital from the basement when the old elevator began shaking. Once we got to about the second floor, we gave each other the silent look of, "Oh shit," and he began pressing every button to get the doors to open up. We ended up exiting on the third floor, which at the time was a COVID area, which was supposed to be off limits to us, but fuck it, we were not going to be in that elevator a second longer. My wife works in a hospital. There is a wing of the pediatric unit that is unused. The pediatric unit only has about 2 nurses working at a time. In the middle of the night, nurse call lights will go off, and random toys will start making noises. I always speculated that people were playing pranks, but she swears there's only 1 or 2 people on the floor, and it's nearly impossible to not be noticed entering the unit. A firehouse I worked at a few years ago had a fireman die in the line of duty in the 80s. People always told me that he still hangs around the firehouse. Again, I didn't believe it, There are a few guys that wouldn't sleep in the bunk room, the bedroom, and would sleep on the couch because they swear they'd seen him watching them while they were sleeping. A current member at the time was a friend of his and was still working. The guy would get up and have a cigarette. He would then make his way to the rigs and put his gear on. The house tones would go off for the house fire. We would ask him, how did he know we were going to get a fire? Out of respect, I'll use a different name. He said, Bob told me because he knows I'm older and slower than you young guys, so I get a head start. We also had motion sensor lights that would turn on when someone walked under them. We would be watching a movie late at night in the dark. The lights would turn on, in order as if someone was walking to the door, and the tones would go off for a call. I was also watching a TV on the bay floor by myself, and everyone was upstairs on the third floor. The TV shut off by itself, which it never did before this. Shift started at 6 a.m., and I would get there at 5 a.m. I heard someone walking around the rigs, and I was following it to see who it was, and no one was there. I had clear view of every door, and it would be impossible not to see someone come downstairs or enter the building. I, a 27-year-old male, worked as a groundskeeper at a cemetery for 2 summers in my hometown. About 2,000 people. So everyone kind of knew each other. We were doing a cremation burial for a woman who wanted her ashes with her husband who passed in 2014. So we dug the hole where his ashes were and left the box open for the family to do the rest later that day. The sexton and administration left to do some paperwork and told me to hang out for a minute and they'll be back. So I lit a cigarette and sat down with my back against the headstone, leaning on it. After a minute or two, I hear an old voice say to me, "You shouldn't smoke." And I said, "Yeah, I know." But then it hit me that no one was around, so I looked and sure enough, no one was there. So I sit next to the hole, and after I put out my cigarette, the voice comes back and asks me, "Are you burying Nora?" The wife. And I replied, "Yes, sir." And then his voice changes from casual to excited, and he starts telling me how happy he is that it's finally happening, and that he doesn't know how long he's been waiting, but it feels like 1,000 years. After listening to him for about 5 minutes, the family shows up and the voice vanishes. I let out a few tears of joy for Mr. Edwards, the husband. Left some of my trade beads underneath the box as my own little reunion and parting gift, and told the family that everything was ready for them, and they saw me crying and asked if I knew Nora. I just said only from her husband, and left the family to do their thing. Later that week, I was weed-eating the headstones. I stopped by the Edwards headstone, and for a brief moment, all I heard was laughter. A man and woman's, like a calm wind in my ear, then nothing but silence since. P.S. I have a few more. Feel free to ask. This is the one that rests in my heart rent-free. I work as a CAN in a nursing home, so I see a lot of death. I do the cares as they hit end of life and prepare bodies too, once they pass. These are residents who I spend hours and days caring for, though most of them don't even recall a single CNA, just due to the deterioration of their brains and memories. Some will hang on for days, with nothing but some water sponged into their mouth and morphine to soothe their pain until they finally slip away. Some will walk down the hall, go lay down in bed, and die. Others will talk to deceased spouses or call out for their mothers. Very few will hold your hand, talk to you like you're their dearest friend and thank you for helping them before they go. It's sad, but I truly believe all of them have moved onwards. When they come to me, most of them are dementia-ridden. If they're going to haunt somewhere, it won't be in the tiny room that they believed was a hotel they were staying at for a night for the past 6 years. Still, once I moved to working the night shift, the nurse got a lot more creepy. I've walked into rooms at 3 a.m. and I'll turn around and find my resident randomly out of bed and hiding in the corner. The thickened water is in the kitchens, which are pitch black at night, so I walk through it using my walkie flashlight. It gives off horror movie vibes, so when the actual ghost shit happens, it's enough to really wake you up. I often hear a walker moving through the halls, even though no one is up. I've heard a deep growling scream for help, but couldn't figure out which room it was coming from. The chairs in the dining room are also rearranging themselves. Even after I'd neaten them up, or things will fall off the dining room tables. It's not so much for intensity, but when you're exhausted, constantly walking through the dim halls into dark rooms, listening for signs of a resident calling out or coming out of their rooms, it makes you more prone to jumpiness. I am Muslim, and we don't believe in ghosts. We believe in jinns, and they are really interesting. They are supposed to be the descendants of the shaitan, Satan. Most of them are friendly and stay away from humans, but some of them like to tease humans, and I've had some experiences, and I've gathered a lot of stories from relatives and other people about them. Here's a few of them. My uncle, he died in 2016, was driving from my and his hometown to another city where he worked. This was the early 1990s, and highways were quite underdeveloped. It was about 12 a.m., and the road was very empty. He suddenly saw a woman dressed in bright red traditional wedding dress, pointing at his car to stop. He was very confused as to what bride was doing at a time like this at night. He slowed his car down and saw that his feet were twisted to the opposite direction of a normal human's feet. I can't explain it well in English. Anyways, he rushed his car and never looked back. This story is my own. This happened in November. I was sitting in my room on the upper floor. It was around 1 a.m. The upper floor of our house was completely empty, and I later confirmed with everybody that they were sleeping. My siblings weren't there, only my parents, and they don't joke around. Well, I was sitting in my bed reading a book when I felt like someone was climbing the stairs. Footsteps. My room is located at the immediate right after climbing the stairs, so it's common for me to hear footsteps of someone climbing the stairs. Anyways, right after the footsteps stopped, I heard 3 small taps on my door. I thought nothing of it and went on reading. A few minutes later, I heard these 3 taps again. This time I got up and opened the door. Not one, not a soul in sight. I checked every room, and no one to be seen. I thought nothing of it, as these things feed in your fear, and I went back to my room. This reminded me of dreams I've had. When I was little, the first time it happened, my grandfather was passing away. I wasn't aware at the time that anything was even wrong. My mother had gone to see my grandmother. I stayed home with my brother and my dad. We watched movies, ate dinner, and went to bed. I fell asleep and dreamt that I was standing on the side of a hallway at a bus stop with my grandfather. only he was much younger, able to speak and not in a wheelchair. My whole life I knew him was in a wheelchair and unable to speak due to a stroke. Anyway, he hugged me tightly in the dream and said we had to go. I wish I couldn't remember more from that dream. He passed away that night from a massive stroke. I had a similar dream while spending the night with some friends, only I was in my early 20s this time. That night, I dreamt that I was standing at a bus stop with this beautiful woman. She was in her 20s or 30s, had a fancy skirt suit with some of her hair curled, makeup on, just nice and made up. She was waiting excitedly at the bus stop with her luggage. I don't remember what we talked about word for word, but she made it clear that she was having to leave and would never be coming back. She seemed really happy to go, though. When I woke up, I found out that my friend's elderly mother, who I didn't even know, had passed away that night. I actually told them about this dream, and they showed me photos of her in her younger years. It was definitely her. It's just bizarre. I've had so many odd stories like that I wouldn't dare post online. This is such a crazy, strange existence we're in. I wish that I understood it better. Not a hospice worker, but I saw my grandpa Scott. I was 4 and it was my sister's birthday. My mom put me and my little sister down for a nap so we wouldn't be jerks at the time of the party at night. My little sister went right to sleep, but I couldn't, so I just laid there. I felt someone sit on the end of the bed and looked up to see my grandpa Scott sitting there. He was dressed in all white and had the most beautiful glow around him. He smiled and asked me if I wanted some frozen chocolate. My mom never froze chocolate, so I was interested, but told him that I was supposed to be taking a nap, and I'd get in trouble if Mama found out that I had chocolate in her bed. He chuckled, patted my legs, and said, "I gotta head out, kiddo. I love you and I'll be watching." I said, "Like Santa." He laughed again, but my mom opened the door angry and asked why I was yelling about Santa when I'm supposed to be napping. I tried to tell her I was talking to Grandpa Scott and pointed to where he had been, but there was nothing there. She didn't believe me, so I told her I shouldn't have taken the frozen chocolate just to prove it to her. She looked taken back by the phone ringing, interrupted whatever she was about to say to me. She answered the phone and it was my grandma, letting her know that Scott had just passed away. My mom's jaw dropped. She asked Grandpa if Scott ever liked frozen chocolate. My grandma laughed and said that they had to buy a whole different freezer for the garage that was only for his chocolate, a fact we never knew of. I know my grandfather came to say bye to me, and I know he's watching over me. Ghost Girl was quiet for a bit. She had quieted down for a little bit, but the last few months, she's been getting a little active. Doorknobs have rattled a couple times. I've had a tug or two on my shirt walking upstairs from the basement. Flashes of shadows of little feet running past her basement windows. And general noises from her that I've honestly just gotten used to in the last 2.5 years. The physical tug on my shirt really freaked me out because she never touched me before. The last couple of months I've seen larger feet and legs and shadows flash across our basement window that seem a lot bigger than hers and definitely a man. Those are new and it's happened about 6 times now since November. No footprints or any kind of prints outside of any of the windows since we've had snow a few times. I was able to check. Our parcel of land used to belong to a farm over 100 years ago, like most parcels of land in any town. Kiddo took the metal detector along our boundary lines and found some antique pottery pieces and an old iron gate latch 2 summers ago. Also, one thing to note, We live on top of a grave, a tiny mining town, 2 mining disasters that I know of, possibly a third, but I can't be sure at the moment. However, people died and their bodies were never recovered. I'm currently doing a title search on our property when I have spare time at work, but it gets a little harder from before 1927 because of the beautiful cursive writing. I'm hoping to find the family name and the time period we think she's from and figure out who she is. Did we see a skinwalker? We were driving and spotting wild animals, deer, moose, rabbits. Me and my friends saw a deer and both of us thought that something isn't right with that animal. We decided to turn around and take a look at the deer again. We thought that it might be a baby moose. The creature stood at the same place and same position as earlier. Okay, we need to turn around again so we can go to the gas station nearby. It's been at least 5 minutes when we saw the deer, and again it stood at the same place and same position. We hooted and clapped our hands and yelled. So it would move, and it didn't. Then my friend stood up and started walking towards the creature. It stayed still, but when my friend said, "I do not know what that is, but it is not a fucking deer," the deer walked towards the woods and stopped and stared at us. Both of us had a weird feeling while looking at the thing. Afterwards, we had a panic attack, weakness. We felt like we saw some kind of devil. My experience in the 80s. I was visiting my family's small lake cabin in upstate New York in the summer of 1982 for a holiday weekend. I was prepping our small boat for a long morning out catching fish. I looked out into the water and saw what appeared to be a man in the center of the lake, splashing around and waving for help. There was no one else nearby, no boats, no people, and my parents had left to do some grocery shopping for the weekend. I immediately started the motor of the boat and sped out as quickly as I could to save the helpless man. When I got close enough, I noticed the splashing had stopped, and there was no person there. I dove into the shallow lake and searched as best as I could and found nothing. After contacting the police, an investigation proved that this person could not have existed. Oddly, one of the officers informed me that 15 years earlier, a man had drowned in that exact spot by the lake. This is a personal experience from my life, and I've been obsessed with the paranormal ever since it happened. I also make videos around paranormal experiences on YouTube, TikTok, and Instagram. My handle is @92dimension if you're interested. I think there is a malevolent entity residing in a home I used to work in. I work as a care provider and help run homes of folks we care for. One client I worked with was a man in his 50s. However, his health was declining to the point that most people assumed he was in his late 70s or 80s. This is relevant. When I went into his home, I got uncomfortable vibes. I would always feel extremely depressed and anxious and uncomfortable when I was there. I work with a lot of different people all over the city I live, in and out of all kinds of homes, and I only got this kind of vibe once before, and it was years ago, but it never felt this bad. It made the home feel oppressive whenever I was there. I hated being there by myself because of it. So a few months ago, I started realizing that I was remembering the vibe felt familiar from other homes from years ago. As I sat in the kitchen on my laptop one afternoon, I started doing some research on the property to see if I could find any information on its history. Nothing unusual for it, just an older building for what I could find. I also started texting my sister if she'd ever got that uncomfortable vibe in the other house I mentioned earlier. because she has also worked there. So once I started texting and narrowing my internet search to see if I could find any information on anyone being passed away there, or worse, in the home, it was like the house knew what I was doing. The air became heavy, all the normal humming of the electronic appliances amped up to an uncomfortably loud buzz, and I had to cover my ears because I felt like they were going to pop from the pressure change. The lights overhead got brighter and buzzed as well. I immediately shut my laptop and left the room. I told my sister I would have to get back to her because I was done with even thinking about as to not agitate whatever took notice. Fast forward a couple months, nothing else major happened, but it was always uncomfortable. My client's health continued to decline until earlier this year, when eventually we had to move him to more intensive care. I came back one day to gather some things for him and paperwork. It was a quick in and out visit. As I went to exit and shut the door, I could see across the main room into the kitchen where it looked like a dark silhouette figure just ducked out of sight. I know I was completely alone in that house. I immediately shut the door and left without looking behind me. I don't know what it was that I experienced there, but it felt like I wasn't supposed to take notice of whatever was there. The scariest part about it is that I think it was feeding off my client's life force since he moved in a few years prior and caused rapid aging and decline in health. I'm not going to share anything specific about him, but it was strange how relatively young he actually was, given his physical condition and appearance. My house has a ghost. I've experienced a few paranormal things in my life and was haunting for 6 months by something about 15 years ago. I moved into this house almost a year ago, and here's the story so far. I live in the UK in an old house that was built around the 1800s something. The house is old, but the interior is all modern. There's myself, my girlfriend, and 4 kids who stay 50% of the time. Our first encounter was like any other. Strange banging noises, distant voices. We chalked this up to hearing noises from the neighbors next door. One night, my girlfriend was asleep in bed. My toddler was asleep in her room. Suddenly, my bedroom door handle opened, and the door slowly opened about 3 inches. Then slowly closed again. I immediately get up and open the door, expecting my toddler to be on the other side. Nobody's there, and she's asleep in bed still. A little freaked out, I got back into bed myself. 2 minutes later, my girlfriend jumps up and says, "What's up? Why did you wake me up?" I replied, "I didn't." And she said, "You just shook me awake." Now I was pretty freaked out and starting to believe that we had something going on here. Another encounter, I heard a certain door open and shut violently. I know the exact noise of this door, as it was very loud due to it being stiff. I was alone in the house. My girlfriend woke up in the middle of the night, freaked out after feeling something crawling on top of her, like a toddler. I just finished a night shift, and the last night my girlfriend and 12-year-old daughter were sitting in bed and heard what they described as repetitive chanting of multiple voices. Like there was a group of people repeating a word in unison. I asked them what word, but they couldn't make it out. Said it was like pa or ah or something unintelligible sounds. I'd like to try to catch something on camera or other recording, but these things happen rarely, sometimes weeks or months in between. Anyone have any suggestions here? I'd like to add that I'm not scared or believe in devils or demons that can hurt us. I think my local psychic may not actually be a sham. I fully believe in extrasensory abilities. I'm clair-intuitive, also some dream precognition, and have had lots of experiences with others that are sensitive as well. However, there's a local woman that came into my family member of mine's store and started saying that they could see my dead grandpa. But the things she was saying were vague and incorrect. I just wrote it off, honestly. I was helping the store yesterday when this sane woman came and acted really cagey around me. I've never spoken to her before, and she couldn't even make eye contact. I introduced myself, told her that my family member shared their conversation with me, and that I had been interested in talking to her myself. She said some things about my grandpa that didn't make sense, and it all seemed like she was just guessing. But then she looked at me and said, "There's someone else with you, but you already know that." And I froze. I was like, "Yeah, that's right." She said, "What name did he give you? Because it wasn't his name?" At this point, I'm already starting to get a little freaked out. I told her the name that she was like, "Yeah, no, that's not his name. His name is Walter. You need to use his name and tell him to leave you alone. He's dark. You need to tell him to leave right now." And then said it again, multiple times before leaving. I hadn't been able to stop thinking about it. For context, I stupidly bought and used a Ouija board. Don't yell at me. About 13 years ago when I was in high school. This spirit or entity has been with me ever since. I've seen him twice and hear about him in my house all the time. I haven't used the board since, but I have kept it. Nothing has ever done or has ever given me the feeling that he's bad. The worst thing that's happened to me is he hides my stuff and then gives it back a week later, probably just having a laugh. Most of the time, he's running up and down the hall with my cat, closing doors behind me and messing with the lights. I'm just so intrigued now about this woman and how she knew this when everything else she had said was so wrong. And I want to know more about this, being I've spent the last 13 years with it. I'm not sure why I'm telling this story, but no one else in my life believes me, and I'm wondering if maybe anyone else has had a similar experience or can give their opinion on whether or not I should just leave it alone or try to find more.